Begin by apologizing for the late start. I know that many of you have been here as early as before 8 o'clock. So with that apology, I want to introduce all of us to someone who's really well known and very popular, our DVC, Professor Nhlanhla Mkhize, who is going to do the welcome to this conference. Over to you, Prof.
Ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the college entities, I wish to welcome you all. I want to welcome in a special way our partners and sponsors, the National Institute and Social Sciences, the South African and all our keynote speakers, as you, the honorable attending today, nationally. It is indeed my view to conversation on the nexus between economy and security. Insofar as serious threat to all forms of threatening not our sense as the but the very foundations existed. Insecurity deserves our special attention. These are, ladies and gentlemen,
his network is presenting from
what we call the problems, such call for a solution. Theory logic but do with along our state. What that we get exposed to by virtue of, for example, a team which is said well capital. Can we resolve by building very hard in the hope that those in the zone of non-existence to use those samples.
Is it still on by me? it's lost connection. Is it still on there? Same thing. Why did the meeting end? For some reason the meeting ended.
I'm sorry, colleagues, I was cut off from the meeting. Can you hear me now?
Yes, Prof, we can hear you.
I don't know for how long I was off.
We're all,
I was highlighting the fact that security presents us with very wicked problems. And these are problems that cannot be solved by building high walls around us. These are problems that cannot be solved by cutting ourselves off from those who live in the zone of non-existence. Those are people whose lives are generally regarded not to matter that much. The complexity of these problems require that we attend to a number of root causes of these security concerns continentally and globally. And these are issues such as global inequalities, economic inequalities, educational inequalities, and inequalities at the scientific and, if I can say, military levels. I believe that these wicked problems require that we tackle them interdisciplinarily and transdisciplinarily, for they present with no simple and straightforward solutions. So, with those background words, ladies and gentlemen, it is my pleasure to welcome you once more, and I do hope that you are going to have a very productive conference. And again, I want to thank all our sponsors, our project leaders, Professor Animala Gopal, for making this a reality today. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen, and my apologies for the technical difficulties during my presentation. Thank you.
Prof. Mkhize, I want to extend a huge amount of gratitude to you for making the time in your busy schedule to give us your wise words of wisdom, your words of wisdom. I know that every one of us here appreciates your presence and the fact that you have blessed this conference in your, through your opening. We also are completely aware that you are extremely supportive of all our academic endeavors in the College of Humanities. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give Prof. Nhlanhla Mkhize another huge round of applause. Thank you very much, Prof. We would love for you to stay. We're not sure how much of time you actually have, but thank you once again. So with that, ladies and gentlemen, I want to officially welcome all of you, gracious colleagues, delegates, and the NIHSS family to the BRICS Security Conference, a landmark event at the University of KwaZulu-Natal, bringing together experts from Brazil, South Africa, India, and Russia. This conference marks a pivotal moment for collaboration on global security challenges and strategic academic opportunities within the BRICS security framework. And of course, as our DVC has rightfully pointed out, the transdisciplinary nature of this conference underscores the importance of this particular conference. So the theme of our conference today is the nexus between security and economics, a BRICS perspective, and we all are completely aware of the fact that BRICS has become almost a household name. So this conference highlights that, but also is extremely important for us to participate because we are BRICS. So our academic dialogues throughout the day will underscore the need to strengthen security cooperation among the BRICS nations to address common threats and opportunities in the 7 domains of human security. It will further foster a strategic dialogue on emerging security dynamics, including aspects such as cybersecurity and geopolitical shifts, influence policy development in whatever way and form and shape it emerges, explore new technologies and methodologies to enhance security measures and responses. Of course, our sessions are planned in a way that they are interactive and aimed at providing an academic space for staff, students, and community actors on innovative approaches and research. Critically, our day promises to facilitate networking opportunities for future collaborations. Now, one of the key outcomes from today's conference, and wait for this, ladies and gentlemen, is a special edition of a peer-reviewed journal that will showcase all of today's academic engagements. And we have 3 scholars who will be co-editing the journal. 2 of them, well, all 3 of us are here, but I'm too old to be mentioned. It will be Dr. Sibonisile Zibane. Let's give her a round of applause. Dr. Shania Rubin, let's give her a round of applause. And myself. So the 3 of us will be co-editing a peer-reviewed journal, and I think we've already circulated that information. And I'm suspecting that quite a few of those authors will be from UKZN. So with that, ladies and gentlemen, this conference is a step towards a more cohesive and proactive approach to security, reflecting the BRICS nations' commitment to addressing shared challenges and shaping a stable, secure global environment. I now declare our very important conference open. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. It's now over to Dr. Zibane, who will kick off our first session.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. As I've been introduced, my name is Sibonisile Zibane. I'm from the School of Applied Human Sciences. My role is to introduce to you our keynote speakers, the first 2 keynote speakers. But before I introduce you, I just want to remind all of us of what Julius Nyerere once said. He said, safety and development are as completely linked together as are chicken and eggs. Without development, it is difficult to maintain safety. Without safety, it is difficult to achieve development. NgesiZulu, in short, not a direct translation, ukuphepha kwezwe kusekuthuthukiseni kweimpilo zabantu. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to introduce our first keynote speaker, our esteemed Professor Ravinda Rina is a profound academician, a distinguished scholar in economics, writer, editor, advisor, motivational speaker, and public intellectual with over 30 years of teaching and research experience in Asia Pacific, Africa, and Europe continents. He has been an independent consultant and training expert. Prof. Rina is currently working as a professor of economics at the Faculty of Management Sciences at the Durban University of Technology. He's just our neighbor. He serves as a visiting professor at the Academy of Engineering and Management, People Friendship University, Moscow, Russia. He also serves as a visiting professor at the Department of World Economy, Faculty of Economics, St. Petersburg State University, Russia. He also serves as an adjunct professor of economics at Monarch Business School, Monarch University in Switzerland, and as a professor at the Department of Entrepreneurship and Business Management, Cape Peninsula University of Technology in Cape Town, South Africa. Further, he works as a visiting professor for many Indian universities, notable Sanjeevani Business School, Kopakhan, Maharashtra, and Cuttack, and the distinguished professor at the Sparsh Global Business School in New Delhi. Besides, Professor serves as an honorary country director for South Africa for the International University and Igniting Dreams of Young Minds Global University in India. He acts as a president, South Africa, for the Yes You Can International University, UK. He also serves as a global president, Economic Affairs of the All India Sustainable Development Council. He is an advisor to the Freddy Innovations Private Limited. You are going to be patient, ladies and gentlemen. This is a very important person. Previously, he worked as a professor of economics, internationalization project leader at the Northwest University Business School. He serves as a professor of economics at the Department of Economics, University of Cape Town. He also served as a professor and a coordinator of Joint African Masters Program, Harvard Phuket Graduate School of Business at Namibia University of Science and Technology. He also worked as a head of economics, the Department of Business Studies at the Papua New Guinea University of Technology. He also serves as a professor at the Eritrea Institute of Technology in Eritrea. Prof. Rina earned his PhD from the Department of Economics in India with the achievement of the University Gold Medal. He obtained his master's, B.Ed, MPhil, PhD from Osmania University and BA LLB from Kakatiya University in India. He has bagged many awards and prizes. To name a few, he obtained a Khaliva Award in 2023 by the International Council for Education, Research and Training in New Delhi, India. He received the Olympus International Award in 2023 for Human Empowerment. He also received the prestigious Best Researcher Award from the Durban University of Technology in 2022 and 2023. He also got the Best Researcher Award from Namibia University in 2011. He is also a recipient of the Man of the Year Award in 2012, which was bestowed upon him by the American Biographic Institute in the US. Prof. Rina has won several national and international awards and accolades through his career. Based on his extraordinary research contributions, the American History Society, USA, has enlisted his profile in the World Who is Who International. He serves as the chairman of the panel of judges for economics of the Global Undergraduate Award based in Dublin, Ireland, United Kingdom. He wrote 10 books and published more than 150 articles in reputable national, international, peer-reviewed journals. He visited more than 300 colleges and universities across the globe. His profile was featured in the Global Achievers magazine in June 2021 as one of the top social leaders who inspire, and his interview and research work was being featured in leading media outlets across the globe. He is also one of the resource persons for the BRICS Research Forum International Conference in South Africa, India, Brazil, and Russia. Prof. Rina is currently serving as the Editor-in-Chief of Indian Journal of Finance and Economics, as well as Indo-Asian Journal of Finance and Accounting. Further, he serves as an editor of the Economics and Finance Letters, the journal published by Conscient Being. He also serves as associate editor of Journal of Liberty and International Affairs, published by the Institute of Research and European Studies. He is the founding editor-in-chief of the International Journal of Education, Economics and Development, published by Science, UK. He previously served as an associate editor of the Bottom Line Journal. He also an editor of the African Journal of Science, Technology, Innovation and Development. He serves as an editor of the editorial board and an editorial board member for more than 35 reputable journals. He has been a keynote speaker, resource person for more than 300 national, international conferences in Europe, America, Africa, and the Asian continent. As of June 2024, last month, his author rank is 6,904 out of the 1,756,864 of Social Sciences Research Network. Prof. Rina is armed with an in-depth understanding of thriving and extensive knowledge of global economics and social issues. He has widely written in the areas of economics, education, development, economics and inclusive growth, globalization and higher education, microfinance, rural entrepreneurship. The list is long, ladies and gentlemen. He has traveled to over 40 countries in the world. Allow me to welcome on stage Professor Rina, and he's going to be talking today. His topic today is Rethinking BRICS, Economics for a Better Future. Over to you. I know he's given 20 minutes to speak, but I've already used his 5 minutes just by introducing him. Thank you, Prof. You can take on the stage.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you, the program director, for the kind introduction about me. I would like to take this opportunity to thank Professor Nirmala Gopal for inviting me for this particular event. And I would like to thank the conference organizers and different colleagues, researchers coming from different parts of South Africa and also other parts of the world. It's always a great pleasure to speak on the international forums such as this, to share some of my views and perspectives on the BRICS economies. Every time, wherever I go, they ask me whether I have a PowerPoint. I always say that, no, I don't. Because I always believe that if you don't have a point, you use the PowerPoint. So I got a little brain. It has got some power where it can offer some points. So I believe in that, a little brain of mine. So ladies and gentlemen, in the interest of time, I got only 20 minutes. I wish I got more than 1 hour to speak on this important event. I'd like to unpack what is this BRICS. We all know the BRICS. The concept of BRICS is emerged probably more than 23 years ago. Jim O'Neill, a guy, British-born economist, was working for Goldman Sachs. In 2001, he began to think, what would be the future of this world, where we are heading towards? By 2015, the coming 26 years down the line, he is making his own forecasting. What other countries are going to be more powerful than what we see today? And then he began to make his own calculations, connecting the points. That's where he brought Brazil is one of the important countries from Latin America. Brazil itself consisting of about 48% of the total Latin American continent. I was there in 2022 there. And Brazil has got probably 8.5 million square kilometers land, one of the biggest in the world, with a population of about 220 million people living there. So he picked up Brazil, which has got a lot of potential in terms of economy, in terms of the natural resource base, and they picked up that. Then the second country is the biggest country in the world, Russia, which is about 17.1 million square kilometer land. And Russia has got abundant resources. In terms of platinum, Russia and South Africa, they compete with each other because they are the two nations which are leading in the platinum industry. Have got probably major portion of the platinum deposits of the world are centered in South Africa and in Russia. Chromium, gold, and many other minerals, resources are centered in South Africa and also Russia. I was there in Russia about 3.5 months ago as a visiting professor, as Madam Program Director introduced me. So Jim O'Neill picked up Russia. Russia is the superpower before Cold War era, before period to 1990. And then the third country he picked up was India, where I was born, brought up, educated in Indian subcontinent. And India is considered to be one of the prominent nations in the world. Ladies and gentlemen, we see the largest economy in the world is America. We always listening, reading, discussing, debating about America from time to time. America became the largest economy starting from 1871. For the past 150 to 53 years, America remains the only country in the world which is the largest economy. And prior to America became the largest. There was no other country other than India was the largest economy in the whole world. India and China, the remain largest economies in the world for more than 1800 years actually. Most part of the world we do not know about it. So India is also yet another powerful, and it's the largest populated country in the world, which is about 1.45 billion people living. And for the past 2.5, 3 years, India took the position of number one populated country in the world from China in 2022. So Jim O'Neill picked up. And India contributes about 2.1% of the total land size of the world. And India possesses about 3.2 million square kilometers land. And that is about 3 times bigger than South Africa in terms of area size. And in terms of population, for every one South African, there are 26, 27 Indians. So that means India is probably 27 times bigger than the population of South Africa. So that was being picked up. Then the other country, China. China is also a major country, second largest economy now, which is about $18 trillion economy. And it's also got the population, probably for more than 70 years, largely populated country in the world, which is about 4.3 billion people living in China. Still second largest populated country in the world. So that has been picked up. Now when we say BRIC, it's not having strength. When we say BRICS, it has always strength because this great hall is built by, not by brick, but bricks. So they've been thinking, debating from 2006 to 2009, what needs to be done to make it more stronger concept of BRICS. That's where the gateway of African continent, which is also the powerful economy, the powerhouse of African continent, South Africa has been invited. 2009, 2010, April, South Africa officially joined as the BRICS nation, and then we become BRICS. So having one brick, you can't build a bridge, you can't build a building, you can't build a house or anything, but with BRICS you can. So this is the background of this BRICS, where we are among those top 5 economies in this world. Ladies and gentlemen, South Africa is the smallest economy, but it is a vibrant economy from African continent. It used to be the largest economy in Africa more than a decade ago, where Nigeria took over, but again we regained that position recently, and now we are the number 1 economy. Proudly we say that South Africa is number 1 economy in the whole of African continent, where we got about $375 billion economy. Whereas Egypt, our counterpart, it has got plus minus about $360 billion. Nigeria used to got probably $550 billion before, but now pushed it down because of the devaluation of Naira, and it pushed down to probably about $230, $240 billion. Although, if you compare Maharashtra, one of the provinces, one of the states of India, where Mumbai, most of our colleagues might have visited Mumbai, or we all know the Bombay film industry, which is centered, Bollywood is centered in Mumbai or Bombay. Maharashtra as a state of India, which is the richest province of India, that contribute about 13% of the total GDP of India, and which is contributing about $435 billion to the Indian national income. And South Africa as a country, we contribute about $375 billion. A state and a country, though we have a difference, but South Africa has got unique features. And South Africa is the gold, in terms of the gold, it's the largest producer of gold in the whole world for more than 100 years, ladies and gentlemen. Recently, China took over about 12, 13 years ago. So, ladies and gentlemen, we have so much potential within South Africa. And South Africa is considered to be the almost 26th largest economy in the world, and in terms of population also is one of the leading countries with about 64 million people living in this country. So they picked up South Africa later. In the interest of time, ladies and gentlemen, we have the similarities. Our similarities are coined in such a manner when the BRICS formation is been made, they didn't even think of this point. The point is that, ladies and gentlemen, our currencies among these 5 BRICS nations, they all start with R. Let me quickly give you. Brazil use real, which starts with R. Russia use ruble, R again. India use rupees, R again. China use renminbi, R again. And R, Ravinder also, R is there. And finally, South African rand. Although we say ZAR, but rand is also R again. So such a coincidence actually, that we have some unique features in terms of currencies also. So ladies and gentlemen, the whole world is probably expressing their interest to join this global important forum. That we've been undermined, we've been discriminated, although we are powerful nations, powerful bloc in this whole world, where we contribute about 3.5 billion people to this planet, where the population of the world is about 8.1 billion people living on this planet now. We contribute about 3.75 billion people. That is about 45% of the total population of the world. We contribute, in terms of the area size of this globe, we have got 510 million square kilometers land in the whole planet, which is consisting of deserts, oceans, and mountains, and so on. But the actual land that we have in this planet is only 148 million square kilometers. Out of that 148 million square kilometers land, ladies and gentlemen, we countries like China has got 9.5 million square kilometers. Russia, as I indicated, 17.1 million square kilometers. India has got 3.2 million square kilometers. And South Africa has got 1.2 million square kilometers. So together, we possess major portion of this planet, ladies and gentlemen. It's about 35% of the total area size we could able to cover with the name of BRICS. So we are the powerful bloc, and we also have about 27, nearly 35% of the total income of the world is centered among our nations. So that is the history, and in the interest of time, I have a lot to talk about. How many minutes do I have, Prof? 7 minutes, thank you. So ladies and gentlemen, the BRICS, the world has been divided into 2 categories. Developed countries one side and developing countries on the other side. These developing countries, we call them as global south countries, south nations, where all these BRICS countries, including the recently joined new nations, Ethiopia, where it has got probably about 132 million people. That is the cradle of mankind. The first human beings are centered, lived in that particular area. Oldest country with the youngest population, Ethiopia joined us January this year. And we also got a country like Iran, where the Iranian population is about 92 million people. A little bit more than us, and South Africa also joined us. We have a country like Egypt, with more than 100 million people, and Egypt is also our competitor. Sometimes Egypt take over the first place of African continent. So Egypt is also part of us. Now we have the other country called UAE, United Arab Emirates. The population is probably less than the population of KwaZulu-Natal as a province, about 12, 13 million people, but they are also powerful. And their income is about $580 billion. They are more than us as a country, South Africa. So we are the group of these BRICS nations. Ladies and gentlemen, the unfortunate thing is that, as Professor Gopal introduced in her opening remarks, she was mentioning that peace, security, development, economic cooperation, trade. So these are the fundamentals, the fundamental principles of these BRICS nations when they start this concept of BRICS. But unfortunately, the BRIC can be used as one of the powerful device or instrument to build something, but the same BRIC is also trying to ruin most of the developing countries in the world, including the BRICS themselves. I wanted to share with you what is this BRICS, how a BRICS can destroy a country or an individual or a community. As I just indicated that, ladies and gentlemen, to you, Brazil, Russia, India, China, South Africa, and BRICS plus 4 other countries, so we are 9 now. B stands for bribery. So bribery is existing rampant among these nations, ladies and gentlemen. If you come to Africa, where we have 54 countries, there is no country that you could tell us that it is bribery-free country. The second one is that not Russia, but it is robbery. So robbery also we experience. A robbery at the high political kind of commands where they can try to rob the money that is meant for the common man of these beautiful countries. So robbery is yet another important problem in this world, and particularly among the global south. The C stands for China, but C stands for corruption here. So corruption is also everywhere, whether it is India or South Africa, you go to Brazil, everywhere you could experience, including China. And lastly, S stands for South Africa, but still, S stands for scandals. So we do have scandals frequently emerging in different names, whether it is a BBS or whatever. I'm not going to go to the details of. There are so many other scams, scandals are taking place on a regular basis. So we, the citizen of these BRICS nations, we need to fight against this BRICS, negative BRICS, not positive BRICS. So ladies and gentlemen, BRICS can be a great group, economic group. Now where we already surpassed, G7 is only 7 countries, they used to possess the income, probably about 70-75% of the total global income was centered among 7 countries. We all considered, no matter whatever we have in terms of natural resources, we are much richer than Europe, we are much richer than many other countries in the world. But we still stamped, categorized as developing countries. We're not developed yet. Though South Africa is a UMC upper middle income country with more than $6,500 per capita income. America and Russia has got so much. It was the developed country some time ago, but still is considered as a developing country now in terms of the per capita income definition. So no matter whatever we have, like South Africa has got plenty of diamonds, African continent has got more than 57% of the diamonds of the world are centered in African continent. Whether Liberia, DRC Congo, South Africa, and many other countries. But still, our Africa, our beloved Africa, is considered as underdeveloped, backward continent. If you look at the gold deposits of the world, more than 60% of the gold deposits are centered within this particular continent. And if you talk about the platinum deposits, about 70% of the platinum deposits of the world are centered in Africa, particularly in South Africa. But we still are named as developing nations. So ladies and gentlemen, in the interest of time again, let us try to work hard. Let us put our brains together. Let us join our hands together. Let us fight for all these negative BRICS, what I shared with you just now, and let us try to use the positive BRICS to build. Building all the nations, particularly BRICS is a beacon of hope for developing countries. We've been always discriminated, no matter whatever good we are, however good we are always been discriminated. IMF, World Bank, all these banks, they come with different agenda where they try to put a lot of conditions, 30 to 50 conditions they put just to grant you some loan. Whereas we have the new development bank, they try to treat everybody equally, whether South Africa is the smallest economy with smallest population, but we have the equal footprint. In the United Nations, it's not the case, ladies and gentlemen. America has got probably 17 to 18% of the total voting power of United Nations. That's why among the veto, whatever America says, that is the final decision. American US dollar is probably having about more than 70% of the global foreign transactions of this globe. Wherever we go into the world, American dollar. Now that is why we've been trying to de-dollarize it. And for the past couple of years down the line, we've been experiencing with de-dollarization, where renminbi, when I was going to Russia a few months ago, I had to pay my visa fee, and when I pay the visa fee, I paid in renminbi. I have to convert the South African rands to renminbi, and I have to pay to Russia, but in Chinese currency. So renminbi is being considered as the probably currency that is being used for the BRICS nations. So in the interest of time, I would like to conclude stating that we have so much potential among the BRICS nations. Peace, security, and stability, development, they all go hand in hand. Without peace, there is no justice. Without justice, there is no peace. So they are the two sides of the same coin. Security, the theme of this particular conference, security and development, they also go hand in hand. Without security, we don't have development. Just to give you the final remarks from our side, ladies and gentlemen, that we have got more than 4,500 security companies in South Africa. More than 300,000 people, security personnel working for these companies. And they generate the income of about $6 billion income actually. So $6 billion out of $375 billion, that's a significant amount of money. But if you go to Tanzania, you go to Ethiopia, you go to India, or many other BRICS nations, you may not have this much volume of business that is generated through the security. So therefore, ladies and gentlemen, why do we need to have this security actually? Is it positively contributing to us or negatively contributing to us? That is a fundamental question. Every month, even if you do not like, you need to pay for your alarm security, 500 rand or 600 rand. It is unnecessary, ladies and gentlemen. When we have the safety, security in our country, we don't waste that $6 billion for that. We could convert that money, $6 billion, for some other developmental projects. So country like India, which is 3 times bigger than South Africa, and 27 times more population than South Africa, they pay less money. You go to Mumbai, you go to many other houses, a common man, a middle-class man, or middle-class household, they don't pay a single cent for alarm securities. So therefore, ladies and gentlemen, it is important that the security plays a vital role in the development process. So without security, the human livelihood, human life will be under risk. If we are in risky situation, we cannot use our potential. We cannot use our brain. We always suppressed what is going to happen if I go out. The free mind, free soul, free body will always contribute positively. A mind and body, soul that is suppressed because of the security issues will always have challenge. So with these few words, I know my time is up, ladies and gentlemen, there's so much to share, but I would like to thank the conference organizers, Professor Nirmala ji, and all other colleagues for giving me this opportunity. Thank you, one and all.
Colleagues, we will ask questions after the second keynote speaker. Thank you very much, Prof. Rina, for reminding us about the powerful synergies and economies in our BRICS countries. More importantly, for highlighting the unique feature of all our BRICS countries, which is our currency, the R. For us who are very spiritual, and we are all in a very spiritual nation, this affirms that our underground gangs, our ancestors, they are at work. We are where we belong. But you also emphasize the importance of us rooting out all the negative features of our BRICS. I'm not going to repeat them. The bribery, the corruption, and and so forth. So, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to introduce our new keynote speaker, who is Dr. Luca Belli, who is a professor of digital governance and regulation at Fundeko Getulea Vargas Law School in Rio de Janeiro, where he directs the Center for Technology and Society and the Cyber BRICS project. Dr. Lucia is also an editor of the International Data Privacy Law Journal, published by Oxford University Press, and the director of the Computers Privacy and Data Protection Conference, Latin America. He is currently a member of the Brazilian Presidency's National Cybersecurity Committee, a board member of the Global Digital Inclusion Partnership, and a member of the Steering Committee of the Forum for Information and Democracy. He is an author of more than 80 publications on law and technology, exploring data governance and cybersecurity, AL regulations, internet access, and digital transformation. He has been consulted by several intergovernmental organizations and national regulators, including the Council of Europe, the International Telecommunications Union, the French telecoms regulator, and his work has been quoted by numerous media outlets, including The Economist, Financial Times, Forbes, Le Monde, BBC, China Today, the Beijing Review, The Hill, O Globo, the Saya Paula, El Paris, and many others. Luca holds a PhD in public law from the University of Paris and can be found in LinkedIn and on Twitter, as he has given us his address. We will share if you need the address. His topic today is on ICT, exposure on well-being and its progress. Dr. Belly, I now welcome you to speak to us. He is online. Thank you.
Yes, okay, go ahead, Prof.
Things I'm going to present here is more or less known to you. You know that the technology, when new technology appears in society, it definitely helps. It helps to increase the productivity so that your income could be increased, but it also usually on life and life. So that's why definitely it will have some impact overall well-being and food to some life. Now, but at the same time, it also exposed to some kind of risk. I want to highlight some of the risks that we have been facing and we need to face, and you have to deal with this kind of cases, go to some kind of cooperations among a group of countries. So I'd like to highlight some of those. Now, before I do so, I need to also tell you, the BRICS countries are definitely now comes under middle income categories. Now, these countries have been able to achieve a certain level of minimum income. Of course, there has been high inequality, and to some extent, poverty also exists. Unemployment also exists to a large extent in this. But still, last 2 to 3 decades, these countries have been able to maintain some level of growth and determining overall future global. Now, I personally think that the way we have achieved a certain level of income in terms of per capita, now we should definitely aim to achieve better, a higher level of well-being. Now, in order to achieve those, I think the technology that we consider here, ICT enable us to do so. Now, we need to say that where we are lagging and what kind of problems have been exposed. We need to understand some of those things. And since this conference is the more on interdisciplinary nature, so I would like to give some food for thoughts at the end so that the scholars can get some idea to it. And since I'm an economist, I always try to understand in terms of number. But the problem is the well-being and progress is much, is a kind of issue that cannot be understood simply using number. But still, an attempt has been made to understand number, and that would usually some kind of relationship, and which should also help us to understand what to also do best in terms of what we are doing. Now, as you have all understood, we cannot leave a model mind without having smart. So, and that there has been continuous deficiencies taking place with the help of infrastructure. And that definitely have been affecting human activity. And that human activity is not only affecting increasing of income, it mentioned, but it also affects our non-income aspects of life. So material or non-material. Now, definitely, digitalized, information communications is a kind of technology which happens to be 1.5 times productive than other kind of technology, other major technology that has made huge impact, particularly in the digital industry in Europe, streaming it, and this kind of technology is authentically even much productive. Now, as we did mention that it has a couple of favorable effects. I have listed a couple of them. It increased definitely efficiency, it can do hardship, that helps to improve our quality of life. And that also improves the transparency in government. So we have been talking about that these BRICS nations have a problem, institutional problem, governance problem, but digitalization technically the capacity to improve. But it also helps to build the social capital because using, let's say, mobile the social, digital network could be connected wherever you are. And that also makes it easy information without much cost. These are the features of what kind of feature you can visualize from ICT? ICT has a couple of features I have listed some of them, and that features are being achieved by individuals from this kind of applications. Some applications has been shown right inside of that part. So time set, definitely time set, it also helps to diffuse and innovate, easy communication, easy access to the information knowledge, and it also helps to find a complex issues. Suppose if you have complex algebra, and if you have big data, you can always use them to solve easily using them. Whereas for a human, it would be extremely difficult, right? So that's definitely helpful. So these are the features of this. So what I've done, I want to establish on a group of literature who have been talking about that there is a paradox when you say that you have to be happy or you say improve your well-being and happiness, or income is necessary. So that means GDP is supposed to be necessary. But Easterland, almost 2 decades ago, showed that there is a paradox going. Paradox is that even if your income, GDP is rising fast, your average income rising fast, but the level of happiness hasn't been actually improved. So the gap between GDP and happiness is rising day by day. And that has actually motivated me to explore further. So this particular exercise, when they have done, they only looked at the happiness, which is supposed to be a measure of subjective well-being. But when we are trying to consider the broader aspects of the well-being, and specifically in the I guess I was disconnected. So I was discussing this. The Eastern paradoxes have been telling that there has been gap between GDP and happiness. When the GDP is rising, happiness is not actually rising. But I have come up with a better measure of the well-being and progress, and that has appeared in one of the topics of that. So we need to visualize that the well-being is supposed to capture not only the material well-being, but also non-material. So the income definitely is important, but it is beyond income. How income is being earned, but under what economic, societal conditions, compared to the past, compared to the neighbors, compared to the neighbor. These are some of the aspects which capture in terms of non-material. So then, when we are trying to measure, we definitely. So then I have taken a couple of aspects. So these are the variables which are supposed to be used to start to I have done. Now I have done only for 58 countries. And it is seen there has been significant improvement of the well-being progress and from early 20s to 2014. In some of, let's say, BRICS countries, including China, India, South Africa, are in the lower bottom of the land. But the point is that there has been significant improvement in the Now, at the same time, I have also measured a ICT exposure index. That exposure index contains access to the mobile, access to the internet, access to the secured internet, and access to also the fixed line of network. So that gives you some. Now you can see there has been significant improvement. Orange line has been showing that the improvement compared to the blue line, which so that means last then a significant improvement has taken place in the exposure. Now what we have found that when you try to correlate between the ICT exposure and well-being progress index, then across countries, we did not find a significant problem. So what did it seems to suggest that the ICT exposure, which promises to give a lot of improvement, particularly not only in income, but also the non-material income as well, but it hasn't been displayed clearly. Now, what are the problems? I have tried to highlight a couple of problems, and this is also already there in the paper that I have listed here. Now, so these are the problems. When digitalization as a country is improving, but there is a clear digital divide taking place. This digital divide is growing along with the rising equality. Digital divide is taking place between rural urban, regions, gender divide. So that division is taking place. So that means those who have better access to the digital, of course, they are going faster than others. The problem, so that's the reason why when inequality is rising, then inequality is actually beta will be now, at the same time, rising cybercrime, cybersecurity. This we can do. We are all exposed to either digitally, and when the digital transaction is taking place, and this kind of crime is taking place. Now this crime has international index. So the crime when taking place, where from the crime is taking place, it cannot be traced back. So that's also the reason why we need some kind of cooperation to handle this digital security, particularly in terms of financial transactions. So here are some kind of international cooperation. Usually the corruption, we mentioned the previous lectures, Professor Guerra has mentioned about the corruption. And corruption in ordinary sense responsibility goes to the national government, but when the crime is taken under a digital platform, it may cross beyond border. So the cross border, some kind of regulation is required to identify it. The difficulty in work-life balances, because after pandemic we all know that we are exposed to work so much. And not only that, and before that, since all of our working in government organizations, our organizational network, we are connected to email, we are connected to WhatsApp. Now the problem is that when you are also connected easily, this is fine, it also helps you to improve your transparency in terms of getting information, but at the same time, even if you are taking rest, you are out of the work, you are also getting information which may not be useful for you. So suppose there is a conflict with the organization, the conflict is being reflected on your email at a time when you are taking rest, that would definitely apply balances and the personal well-being. Loss of privacy is some people don't like to expose everything in social media. Once you have exposed some information, it is difficult to take it back. So the privacy sometimes is required, which also helps to improve well-being, but digitalization actually doesn't maintain. Now, we know that the digitalization has a promise to improve the governance, but it has been evident. I'm not actually showing it in the interest of time, but I had some of those information in the slides. But it has been clear evidence that the digitalization definitely has a promise to improve the governance, but in reality, there hasn't been significant progress. Why? Of course, one need to investigate. Now, with the help of digitalization and monopolization, market power are rising, particularly in the two hands of the producer and the supplier. We know that even in the remote places, some of the marketing networks is reaching there to see the goods and services, let's say Amazon, Flipkart, those kind of companies, Alibaba, they are selling their products, so that's why they are getting power. Even some of the firms are using more of their digital platform. So whereas small industry, malls, retailer selling in the remote area, rural area, their market is less. So that's the reason why monopolization is taking place. And as a result, labor share as a whole in the value addition automation, digitalization brings also the artificial intelligence that helps to automate the work and with the help of robot. And robot is a great threat of job promises. And which now became quite alarming. Of course, automation helps a lot because if you look at the health sector, particularly in these sectors where the computing technologies are being used, but at the same time, it displaces who workers. Now, when digital platform is used, of course, we used to get the news from mainstream media, but with the help of social platform, network platform, and we get definitely various kind of alternative views, information. That definitely helps to strengthen the democracy. At the same time, there has been misinformation, cyberbullying, those kind of things. And there is absolutely no regulation. And to do that, China and Russia have been maintaining their own platform to regulate that, but many of other countries, other places. So these are the problems that is being exposed to us in terms of risk, and when the digitalization is helping to increase our life and livelihood, but it exposes to some extent. I need to only highlight that there should be some side of strategy. I don't have specific suggestion for the time being because it will be the interest of the time. But I need to definitely say to at least speaking that we need to definitely regulate the use of artificial intelligence that produces robot, which is replacing. Because when our unemployment or inequality is rising, definitely some kind of regulation is there. And that regulation is very much needed in all of us. Other in all, definitely. Based on our cutting our cost, but the robot definitely can replace the labor, which may help you to reduce the cost. But cost cutting is definitely important, but the employment is also important. Some level of the country. Regulation is also very much needed, particularly in mental work-life balances. Let's say we have been maintaining at least some organizations in Delhi that suppose if they work at work, we are connected through email. But once you have left from the work, of course you can send the information. But information or email will be delivered the next day. Otherwise, you could give other information that would also disturb the personal life when you are in rest. Some kind of regulation is definitely. And of course, the cyber-crime is important issues and awareness and digital literacy is very much needed to be spread among the common people to handle the cyber-crime. But at the same time, law should be enforced internationally with the cooperation of international organizations. Anyway, if we find a group of agencies or persons engaged on the crime, a notable punishment is given. If we lack on giving punishment or taking actions against the group, taking the crime, then we can address this problem. Of course, as I did mention, when crime is taking place locally without digitally, responsibility goes to the national government, but cyber crime, there is no. Now, international agencies should form some kind of consortium and regulation or institutions to handle that. With these couple of words, I would like to stop with. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Meiti, for that very insightful presentation. I think in your presentation, you asserted that access to ICT should be a tool for empowerment, not a gateway to abuse, overuse, or misuse. So it is very crucial for us to harness technology responsible and to ensure that it enhances our lives rather than controls them. I think for us who are academics, even the students who are here, we can also attest to the difficulty of balancing work life. So, and that was one of the points that you also highlighted. Colleagues, this is our time for question and answer session. Maybe before doing that, I think you've noticed that I incorrectly introduced Prof. Meiti and used the profile of Dr. Bailey. I'm really blaming ICT on that. I received his profile through internet, and it is stressing the importance of human contact. There was no mistake with our esteemed guest here. So human contact, colleagues, is still important. Thank you. I will now open the stage for questions. We only have 15 minutes to question and answer session. And then after that, we are going to have a short break of 20 minutes. We will be back here by 10:55. Thank you. Colleagues, I'll take questions, 2 questions at a time for both Prof as well, both professors who have just presented. Any questions?
Hi, I'm Dr. Jane Quinn from UKZN in Pietermaritzburg. Thank you for your input. I was just thinking over the way that you were talking about development and underdevelopment and how we use it usefully to think about our relationship among the BRICS countries, our relative power in the world. So obviously it's a very big conversation, and in some ways we can use the notion of underdevelopment as a recognition of redress requirements for the ways in which we develop equity around the world. So I think they're useful terms to consider when we're looking at global equity. And they have different meanings, so we can use them negatively or positively. And I just think that that's it's quite useful to acknowledge, so that underdevelopment isn't just an insult. It's also a recognition of a requirement of redress, I think. And then I just wanted to touch on your issue of the business of private security, which I think is a really useful one. I think we can fall into this trap of seeing this huge privatized industry as being job creation, economic growth, whereas, as you were pointing out, it's actually an erosion of public social protection to our cost, to the cost of the many. So that going and having a look at what development is in relation to either elitism and privatization versus the social good, I think is really useful to engage with. Thank you.
Thank you. We will take questions. I think those were more of comments than questions. But our speaker is here. He will respond. Can we take another questions or a set of questions so that when he responds, at least I'm noting them down for you. So, yeah. Any other question?
Thank you very much, Facilitator. And thank you very much to both our speakers for those very enlightening conversations, very empowering indeed as well. And I think, Prof. Rina, your understanding and background in terms of the economics of BRICS is really amazing, and I think it was really an eye-opener for us. My question really is to Professor Meiti. Prof, will you please indicate that you can hear us? Okay, wonderful. Thank you so much for joining us online. We really appreciated your conversation and contribution. So my question is, I think I have some idea that in terms of India and its technological advancement, etc. I remember Bangalore once being the technological capital of the world, perhaps. And I also am aware that India uses its technology, well, both constructively and destructively like the rest of the world. But in terms of policing, are you able to share with us any innovations, very briefly, any innovations that that India has implemented in terms of using the internet or social media platforms to reduce crime, for example, either detect or reduce crime? Thank you very much, Dr. Zibane.
Okay, thank you. Maybe, Prof, you can start even the first two questions or comments just to respond on them, and then we'll give an opportunity to Prof. Meiti to also respond to the last question. Okay. Oh, okay.
Do you perhaps remember the question? What is the direct question, maybe?
Okay, the first one was, the issue of development and underdevelopment, these terms, in terms of global economies. So is it negative, or how we use these terms? And the second one was about private security, the cost, what would be.
Colleague, thank you very much for that thought-provoking question about development and underdevelopment. In fact, when the World Bank formation comes into existence, particularly for the past few decades, World Bank is the one which divides the world into two, developed countries and developing countries. So within the developing countries, we still have four categories: low-income countries, middle-income countries, upper middle-income countries, and so on. So the definition changes from time to time. As of now in 2024, we have, if a country has got the per capita income less than $1,040, that is a low-income country. We have countries like Burundi, we have Malawi, Niger, Chad, and many, many countries in Africa. Out of probably 54 countries in Africa that we have, and majority of us, we fall under that category, unfortunately. And we have the UMC category, where South Africa, Botswana, Mauritius, and Libya, and a few other countries, Namibia also to some extent, we fall under that category, maybe because of the population size. So per capita income, basically we calculate, the total income by the population. Now the point of the matter here is that, colleagues, so development, now this is the bottom category, $1,040. $1,040 per annum per person is nothing nowadays. Which means that they are not even earning one single dollar per one day on an average. There are very few people, they may get $2 or $3, which is about 35, 40 South African rands per day. So that's where we define the development process actually, which is an incorrect measure. You can't take, that's not a yardstick to measure. There will be a lot of South Africans, a lot of Africans, they could live better life without having any debts, without having any other issues, they meet their daily needs like food, clothing, shelter, basic education, may not be basic health. But the criteria that we are taking, using US dollars and stamping that no, you are still there at that, and we are here above you. That's the wrong concept. I can explain a lot more, but maybe because of the time I need to cut down. So that is the development. For instance, Russia, before 2010, it was a developed country. Now it is sitting side by side with all the developing countries in the world, which are probably about 75% of the whole world is developing countries, including India, China, all our BRICS nations. They are part and parcel of that group. So Russia, I mean, it's very close to, and to tell you the other side, the second group within the developing countries, 1,000 to 3,000, 3,300, somewhere there. So South Africa is still more than 3,300, where we have about $6,700 per capita income that made us to be the upper middle income country. We are almost moving towards the higher income countries, where $12,500 is the $600 recently. That is the criteria. So if a country has got $12,600 per capita, that is a developed country. If that is the case, Mauritius has got $32,000 per capita income, which is a high income country, much better than many European countries actually, like Romania, Bulgaria. If you take those countries, their per capita income, Mauritius per capita income is very high actually. Seychelles per capita income is more than $21,000. So that is the kind of criteria. So that is the case, then we have few countries in Africa which are already developed countries, but we don't stamp them that they are developed countries list yet. So that is one of the dichotomy. It's like a paradoxical phenomena actually. So that is for probably with the developing and developed this thing. So which is, in my view, as a student of economics or as a teacher of economics, that is absolutely an incorrect way of saying things and dividing the world. Now you are still there, you cannot come here to us, to sit with us. So you are dividing the world and keeping that barricade forever almost. Now if you take 10 years ago, and if you take, China is the second largest economy with about $18.5 trillion, China is still sitting with the developing countries category. India is the fifth largest economy with about nearly $4 trillion, still it's a developing country. And we have Brazil, which is almost $11,000, $12,000 per capita income, still it is a developing country. Russia is the same story. So that is the way that they differentiate is absolutely wrong. That's point number one. Point number two, with regard to your private costs of the security, I'm not saying that at least it generates income, but in our country, we need job opportunity, job creation is absolutely important for us, where we got officially more than 35% of our people are unemployed, and obviously about 60% of our youth are unemployed. So 300,000 people, as I indicated to you, when with these 4,500 security companies in South Africa, they are providing the opportunity, employment opportunity for about 300,000 people. That's a significant amount of numbers. Although they earn between the salary of about 6,600, 6,700, somewhere there, it is not the amount that they are earning. At least they are earning something. There are 22 million people in our country. They don't earn anything. They become dependent on our nation. And you, me, and everybody here, we contribute for them in the name of social grants. So security companies is good. At least we are creating employment. But when you look at the household point of view, it is an unnecessary cost. It is the public duty, public sector duty, the government duty or state duty to secure the people and their properties, their whatever the belongings. So that is not happening. You go to any normal countries, we have security issues, but there are no security companies. There are very few people, not even 1% of the people, they could able to afford to pay every month the security kind of cost actually. So that was my point. I hope, I don't know whether I could able to give you some kind of answer or something on that line, Prof? If you have any discussion you would like to have one-on-one, we can have it during our break time, tea break time. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you so much, Prof. I will just remind Prof. Mighty about the question from Prof. Gopal. Oh, okay, you got it. All right, okay, thanks.
I think Pakistan three questions that I can ask. In terms of the development debate, although I did not specifically mention some of those aspects, right? But I think the BRICS cooperation has been appeared as a compulsion for us. Because you know that last, let's say 3 decades, I mean, being an economist or any students, you will also understand that the globalization and when we are engaged in the trade and goods and services exchange, that helps to increase economic income of particular countries. So Russia, China, India, South Africa, even Brazil, all have been able to get some kind of benefit to improve their level of income. But you know, last, I think, after financial crisis that has happened in 2008, some of those developed countries are now actually protecting their economy. Now, so once they are protecting their economies, and those developed world used to consider as that's the economy. Want to take the product, definitely, to the government, but at the same time, they are restricting themselves in terms of goods and services, export sector. So when they go to globalization, particularly to the developed world in the region, it became cumbersome for find some kind of solution and very easier to access from the So that's becoming very. And there are definitely other development challenges which may not be there for them. Those developed world. So that's the reason why it became like that. This is one. Second thing, I think the question was very interesting, particularly in the context of privatization. That's another system. And this is very important. Now we have experienced that the privatization definitely might have increased activity to some extent. Let's say even Russia has moved out from socialism to capitalism, and even China has actually moved out of that kind of regimes. Now with the help of digitalization, now we can also secure something. That's why privatization was quite important. What was the debate? Debate was that when government is running a particular business, particular organization, particular production activities, now it has own bureaucracy. And as a result of this bureaucracy, the leakages or efficiency of the public enterprises are supposed to be relatively lower than the private. So that's the reason why some of those private organizations, let's say oil and natural gas agencies, those kind of organizations are now that kind of factor are no longer there. With the help of simple CCTV cameras, you can identify that who is working, who is not actually working. So I think the digital technology can be used to protect some of the key sectors and can be kept in the hands of government. Let's say I give an example of the railway. Railway is one network. The air industry is one network, and oil and natural sector, which also commit to some extent protect environment. So these are environmental challenging sectors where the privatizations would take care of the environment. Government should actually take ownership, and digitalization helps to take this ownership and try to be more efficient. And that I had also given this kind of suggestions when I was taking part of some discussion in the ministries here in India. I think that dimension is very much interesting. One need to different things. Professor Gopal has asked what kind of experiment has been done, particularly in the Indian context, with the crime. There has been definitely significant improvement to provide. This is called e-government. E-government means government is trying to deliver services digitally. So that means from sitting home, you can ask for the service. One kind of changes that has happened on, suppose there is a crime, you fall some kind of, you have committed one kind of crime. Now, digitally, you can, sitting there, you can complain the crime. Within a minute, you will get some kind of message. And then there is a systems now that has been evolved. In one way time, some action has to be taken by the police station and informed. This has actually happened in the people. Another experiment that has also taken by the government, that the Right to Information Act. Let's say, I know the couple of scholars and the students are attending. Let's say I'm also teaching in a university. Let's say one student who thought that he should not fail, or he or she should not fail. He wants to really know that whether she has failed or what was the number given. So you can apply, you can get the answer script, copy of the answer script, and the university is bound to inform. So if you have any problem with any agencies, any government agencies, you're supposed to and give the answer. Similarly, you have some problem of the Minister of Justice or Supreme Court, progress of Supreme Court order. So then you can definitely put a request and the some kind of reply. But okay, up to that much, this is fine. The problem is there, which I have been also telling, that digitalization helps to get the access, improve some kind of information, so that means you have now got the right to ask some kind of justice. But once you, once some kind of action have been able to identify, okay, this person has actually committed crime. In terms of the action taken against the crime, the person who has done the crime, that action has been still slow. So in that case, I would say judiciary systems are still being slow, although the information is there, that process is slow. So that's the reason why, in terms of the action, in terms whether the digitalization can improve the governance or not, since action has still been slow, so that's the reason there hasn't been much progress. But of course, in terms of information, who is doing, who is not, who is behind this thing, that kinds of information is definitely improved digitally. So I think this part I could say, because in the interest of time, I should stop.
On that note, I want to say again, thank you, Professor Rini, and thank you, Professor Meiti, for very insightful presentation. I think we all have learned so much from the presentation, the first two presentations. Can we have a short break, and we should be back here by, I know I said we will have a 15-minute break, but it seems as now it's going to be 10-minute break because we are running out of time. Thank you. We are behind.
Settle down, we need to commence with the next session. Hello, everyone. My name is Shada Bobat from the School of Applied Human Sciences here at our lovely university, the University of KwaZulu-Natal. Welcome to all of you. Just to kind of point out that we've meant to have two presentations in this session. One of our presenters, Prof. Koma, will be presenting later. Something urgent has come up, so he will not be presenting. But we do have our esteemed colleague, Prof. Jose Malta, who will be presenting on cybersecurity. Now, as we all know, that cybersecurity is critical in our digital age and certainly serves as a backbone of economic stability and growth, as well as being extremely vital for sustainable development. But for this to happen, we do need cooperation, collaboration. We need to work together in our international spaces and even locally. And our next speaker is an expert in this field, and I am honored to welcome Prof. Jose Malta, who has extensive experience as an academic and as a researcher, and currently holds the position of Deputy Director of International Affairs. He held previous positions in network infrastructure, information security, and has been the coordinator in the International Cooperation Center. His current research focuses on cybersecurity and cooperation for sustainable development, and this is a critical area, as we've heard from our previous speakers, especially Prof. Mate, who discussed the risks of digitization and the importance of regulation. Prof. Malta, welcome, and over to you.
Thank you. For the instruction of the compliment, also I will give you the new handout. So I will start with hello, are you feeling?
I can hear you, Prof. I can hear you.
Prof, can you hear us?
I'm back. I will share my presentation.
Yes, we can see your presentation.
Okay. And would have loved to have that effort with you face-to-face, but unfortunately at this time it was not possible. I discussed earlier, the BRICS countries have a significant share of the world's territory, population, and economy. But they also have rich transformation technology infrastructure, and that needs to be protected. Many people believe that the protection of critical infrastructure that affects economic assets and national security is the responsibility of the government. However, much of this infrastructure is maintained by private companies and institutions. So my presentation will be a little more technical. I will talk about risk management. I will not present that risk management methodology to you, but I will talk on some critical points about it. There is no human activity without risk. We take risks from the moment we are considered to the moment we pass away. The same is true for business and institutions. This is part of the concept of the business of the risk, and the kind of wealth that it can be paid in other ways. But it is the basic idea. It's a function of impact and probability. The first important aspect is that risk can be identified and reduced, but never eliminated. On second point is that to make decisions about what risk take and when you need to know the threat. Ignorance is not an event, but it has become are you reading it? The video is. Yeah, can I continue?
Yes.
Okay. The reason is not new threat, but it becomes a lucrative source of financial or small criminal groups, organized crime, and support illegal activity of the nation. Fraud has always existed, but it has grown with the use of technology. A recent survey in Brazil shows that there are more than 4,000 fraud theories. I received 2,000 or 3,000 a day trying to convince me to access websites or send information that would allow criminals to access my online services or conduct financial transactions in my name. Generative AI has become a useful tool to enhance professional tech, including in cybersecurity. However, it is also being used to enhance various types of attacks, ranging from identifying zero-day vulnerability to manipulating information for social engineering attacks. Political interference is both an attack and an attack mechanism to achieve other objectives. And it is an objective, for example, when this information is used on social networks in suppressing the outcome of an election. But it can be a tool when the attempt for each contestant is a lateral attack whose ultimate goal is to carry out fraud to obtain the campaign. The last threat is the climate change. Of course, this increases the data centers cooling costs, but it can also lead to technological catastrophes due to dry, flood, tornadoes, and hurricanes. As happened recently in South of Brazil, where flooding dated an international effort closed the roads for days and left without power and the communication. It is impossible for critical technology components, spare parts, and IT professionals to get in and out or even communicate with their company. It also destroys the data set. Science risk can be identified and reduced. We need organizing need to do so. We then have risk management. This is also one of the existing concepts, but this is not the only one. I have good news and bad news to you. The bad news is that this is a circular and endless process. When you finish the cycle, you must start over. Therefore, there is a constant cost to risk management. The good news for the students and professionals here who want to work in risk management is that because it is an endless process, your jobs are guaranteed. Unless, of course, you fail in one of the steps of this process, or someone fails in other risk management process, and humanity becomes extinct. The third important aspect is that risk management is not an end, but a decision-making tool. To support the decision-making with the management process, we have the risk assessment phase. There are several methodologies for identifying, analyze, and evaluating risk. Many companies have already adopted automated risk assessment tools which take inventory of the network infrastructure, available services, software requests, and point out vulnerabilities and their potential impact. Some tools also automatically update as start today. However, perhaps the most critical and difficult part is identifying risk. Many institutions and companies know the technology change and which activities and components are essential or which may positively or negatively affect the business or core activity of the institution. Part of the technology supply chain may be outside the company and outside the country. It may have steps that are part of the business then offered in other countries, such as BRICS. Therefore, it is necessary to identify them and consider cybersecurity risks and cooperate agreements between the countries. Tools, even the most modern ones that use artificial intelligence, are not capable of recognizing what is and or not is critical to the business. So, the fourth aspect to highlight is that, and regardless the methodology or tool adopted when identifying risks, it is necessary to know the critical aspects of the business that need to be protected. Additional impact on information system is misused in terms of loss of one or more of the basic security principles: confidentiality, integrity, and availability. But there are other aspects that need to be taken into account, which go beyond the technology aspect. The first, of course, is the financial loss when the company general or a government tax collection is directly affected by a security vulnerability. Another aspect is reputational risk. the threat to reputation can be so damaging that it affected the business. This is also related to the third point. What can be so catastrophic as to make the company operation unviable or cause the fall of the government? The first point is the impact on people. Threats also affect people's financial, personal, professional, psychological, and even life. So the first aspect to consider what would be an acceptable risk. When, for example, the impact could be loss of human life. In decision-making phase, the risk, probability, and consequence and controls need to be avoided, risks, and then are considered. But most important, the cost of applying the controls and the time to implement them. There is almost a role risk management that security control cannot make the use of services unfeasible and should not cost more than assets they are going to protect or the company's profile. In general, this is followed by the business and the market, but not always by the government. But even the business rules that may be occasions when the potential security failure can generate almost certain and immediate catastrophic impact. In this case, the cost of applying extremely expensive controls, such as taking the service offline or for a certain period of time, may be the best option to avoid completely handling the business unfeasible. We also have to consider that site risk cannot be completely eliminated. Controls can also generate this risk. Therefore, the sixth aspect to consider is the limit between the cost of control given the risk involved and the impact over the time. So we have challenges. Cybersecurity has always had and will always have the challenge. One of the old challenges that remain in this economic fusion is how to deal with user-side theft. There is no single or simple answer to this, but currently three options are adopted. The first is suggested that users follow some good practice standards and adopt security tools. The second is to impose the user to use these standards and tools to access the company service. The third is to the company provide the user with some of or all the necessary support included to meet the security standards. Another older challenge is the engagement of business with the business high management level. The situation has improved, but the understanding that security is vital to the business and the great engagement is necessary is still a problem. However, in companies with high security maturity, decisions about risk and cost are still treated as a problem for the CSO and not for the high management level. Constant monitoring of the market, especially for the part of competitors or companies, equal companies in the same business sector, is still unusual. The company needs to know the market and prove the security as well. It needs to do best. Finally, we must always be aware of the need for new skills. We need to be beyond traditional tests and have more strategic vision, which are not all part of the CSO. So, thanks. I will finish my presentation now.
Thank you, Prof. Malta, for your thought-provoking presentation. I think the central kind of points that you raised really made me think, as I was listening to you, about the threats we face and the associated risks. And it reminded me of very recently in our public health system, where there was a breach on our laboratories. And I think that's not even completely resolved. It impacted on patients not receiving blood results and delaying important surgeries. And there was a risk of life in that instance. So the impacts are real, they're ongoing. That particular case that we faced recently was around ransomware. And we know that it's prevalent in other institutions as well. And I suppose the point that you raised was, how do we build resilient digital ecosystems? And one of the tools was around risk management, but that also requires a whole systems approach in terms of, well, you know, what are the kind of different role players? How do we protect critical assets? How do we balance cost control and the risks involved? And what would be, in our collaborative BRICS family, be the best practices in equivalent institutions? So thank you for that very thought-provoking presentation, Prof. I'll open it to the floor for questions. Or anybody online even.
Good afternoon, Prof. Mata and colleagues. Prof, you know, when you spoke about the importance of building these resilient digital systems, the kind of risk we run if we don't get this right is, you know, quite extensive. And, you know, you spoke about revenue loss, reputational risk, risks associated with business continuity, and obviously risks associated with our human capital or our people. So my question really is around, do you think there is one specific risk that is significantly more important, or a couple that are more important than others, or do they all, or are they all kind of equally significant, both in terms of impact and risk? Thank you, Prof.
Prof, did you hear the question? I think yes. Prof, did you hear the question? Prof. Malta? Prof. Marta, can you hear us?
Yes, I can.
Did you hear the question, Prof?
I can no longer see or hear the audience. I meant.
Okay, Prof, the question from Dr. Rubin was the risks that you talk about. Do you think that there's one important risk that we need to leverage for change?
I'm sorry, I don't understand the question. The sound is with echo.
Done. Prof, I've typed the question in the chat.
There is no specific risk that we can leverage for resilient digital system. We need to look all the system and all the assets around into the system and around it to decide what risk we can control, mitigate, or avoid. So there is, each case is a specific case. We don't have a global solution, not for the same type of the business or for the government. Each case is a specific case.
Okay, thank you for that. Sorry, I'm on mute. Thank you for that, Prof. Are there any other questions? Yes, Prof. Gopal.
Thank you very much, Facilitator. First of all, I want to thank Professor Luca. I was reminded that him and I shared a platform in China in 2017, and we also both belong to BRICS think tanks. So I'm really happy that he came through for us and made this time to share his expertise. Back in 2017, when we were still grappling around issues of cybersecurity and cybercrime, IPEA and Brazil in particular were far ahead of us. And it was Professor Luca and one of his colleagues who gave outstanding presentations at the time. And I know he continues to lead in the field, so we are extremely grateful, Prof. Luca, to have you here with us today. I'm hoping, Prof, that going forward, we will have an opportunity to do some collaborative work between South Africa and Brazil within the cybersecurity space, especially given I peer as researchers and their wealth of experience that exists in this particular space. So I want to thank you. So really mine was a comment, Ms. Bobat. Thank you.
Thank you, Prof. Prof. Lucas has difficulty hearing us, so I have typed your thoughts in the chat. Okay, thank you, Prof. Luca, and thank you, colleagues. I'll hand over to the next facilitator.
So hi, everybody. I'm Jane Quinn, Dr. Jane Quinn from Pietermaritzburg University. I'm in Education and Development at University of KwaZulu-Natal. Well, yeah, from Pietermaritzburg, not a Pietermaritzburg University. It's just a little side project. So I have the pleasure of welcoming and introducing 3 speakers for this session now. I understand that our first speaker is online. I'll introduce each of the speakers as we get to you. So our first speaker is Dr. Mitrajit Biswas, and he is currently pursuing a PhD in consumer behavior at OP Jindal Global University. Although he already holds an MPhil in Foreign Policy Study from the Institute of Foreign Policy Studies, Calcutta University, where he was a fellowship holder under the Ministry of External Affairs, Government of India. Mitrajit Biswas has been recognized for his excellence, receiving numerous awards and scholarships, as well as fellowships, such as the Ministry of External Affairs, Government of India Fellowship, Erasmus Mundi, Scholarship in Germany, etc. And he's worked in the field of marketing, on marketing content, digital marketing, and ad sales, and as a columnist at Nickel and Dimed, the official research platform for the Center for New Economic Studies at OP Jindal Global University. He's currently an assistant professor in the Department of Marketing at GITAM School of Business, Hyderabad campus, and his topic today is security policy for territorialization, climate and refugee policies from BRICS members, in which he's considering convergence and divergence through comparative case study perspective. Thank you. How do we switch them on? Dr. Mitrajit, are you able to hear us? Did you hear the introduction? Should I be doing something with the computer on the floor? Okay. Should we perhaps try a speaker who's here in person in the meantime, and then we'll hear from you? Okay, well, thanks. Hopefully we can get back to Dr. Bezos. So now I do have in person here Dr. Lawrence Ogansanya, a qualified professional architect and currently the academic leader of the discipline of architecture at UKZN. He has over 12 years' experience in teaching in higher education institutions, and his professional career in the built environment industry spans more than 20 years. His work experience has seen him undertake various projects from diverse sectors, such as government, education, commercial, recreational, and residential sectors. His research focus and interest are mainly in architecture, sustainability, urban design, housing, and planning, which cuts across various aspects of the built environment, including social housing, low-income settlements, adaptive reuse buildings, and the decolonization of the built environment. So his topic today is From Blueprint to Greenprint, the role of the built environment in the environmental security and sustainable development goals of BRICS nations. Thank you very much. Please welcome Dr. Ogansanya. Thank you. I'll let you know when you've got 2 minutes left.
No problem, I need this.
Go for it. Hope you know what you're doing with it.
I hope I know what I'm doing with it. Okay, you can. I just got my flash disk here.
Is it loaded?
It's not loaded, so I just need another problem. We'll figure out a way around it. I need some help here before I start closing people up. And people will blame me for load shedding. Add to the technicalities of the problem. All right, I think we're moving. Let's just put that. Perfect. Ruben gives me my notes. All right, then. Good morning, everybody. Thank you for that very warm welcome and also introduction. I was almost wondering if you were talking about me, because it was like, who's this person they're talking about? But thank you. I'm very privileged and honored to be here. As they've said, my name is Lawrence Ogunsanya. I'm actually from the Built Environment and Development Studies in the School of, that's the School of the Built Environment and Development Studies, but in the College of Humanities. And why I'm so intrigued and honored to be here is that, as my topic goes, it's really about the built environment and how that plays its role in part of the main themes that we're talking about today, which is environmental security and sustainable design and growth, with particular reference to the BRICS nations. And it's always interesting that I've always thought that we never really talk about the aspect of the built environment when it comes to this type of discourse. So I'm very happy to be here, even though it's much earlier. I wish I had time to calm down a bit, but it looks as if the previous speakers decided to just do a little bit of AWOL, so we jump right into it. They say you must be prepared. All right, then. A snapshot of where we are today when it comes to the BRICS nations, talking about which are the existing nations, which is Brazil, China, Russia, and South Africa. And it shows here the new members which came in 2024, or the ending of 2023. And it also shows a snapshot of even the countries that are intending to join BRICS. If you look more to your, is it left for me, or right-hand side for you, you see some particular numbers which have already been spoken about. And thank you, Professor Renner, for actually breaking it down. I have to use PowerPoints. My brain is not like yours in any way. So the numbers that I have there are from research showing the impact of this union and this collaboration, or should I say, of BRICS, and all these other adjoining nations that come in. The one that I'm particularly interested in is that last statistics, which says that 25% of people who stay in the BRICS nations are staying in places which we called inadequate shelters or slums or informal settlements, as we may call it, because those type of people make a huge impact on the built environment as we speak. So, why do we need to consider on those things? Why is it important? The built environment is a man-made environment. Man-made environment to make so that we have so many different functions and activities which happens in the place. The environment is fashioned, it's made, it's created for us to achieve all these different activities that we have. And those activities can range from structures to infrastructure, green spaces, everything in entirety that we move around in. There's a great statement which was made by Sir Winston Churchill, who says that we shape our buildings, and at the end of the day, the buildings shape us. And that is why, for me, it's interesting to bring the built environment into this discourse. What are the components of the built environment? We have basically structures, which is our buildings. We have infrastructure, which is your power cables, your roads, your bridges, your telecommunications. You have public spaces, which is like our parks. We have the cities. We have landscapes, which can be natural. All these things in which we interact with on a day-to-day basis. Personally, for me, I always say the most important person or component of the built environment is human beings, because we are the ones that bring life into it. We are the ones that assign all these different aspects of the built environment to function for us. So it's important that the built environment, when it comes to any discourse, be it in environmental security or even in sustainable development goals, the built environment has an important place to play. And that's why I'm now going to ask, why is there an importance? I think the first thing we must first realize, the statistics and records that shows that we spend 90% of our lives in buildings or in some kind of structure. I just want you to just take a moment on that everybody here woke up this morning to some kind of structure over them. You spend time with family, of course, in your home. You spend time at your workplace. We go to conferences like this and spend time in environments like this. And we only spend just 8% on the outside. So you see, the built environment is part of our lives. And I always say, now that you're aware of that, you must be very nice to your architect and builder. Another important thing that we must realize with the built environment, even being in the built environment, it influences us physiologically and psychologically. As you are in this room as we speak, some of you are feeling cold, because it was assigned and designed to have aircon at this particular time. But unfortunately, it hasn't been designed to be sensitive to the climate that we have, that we're in winter now in South Africa, and all of us are in jackets. And this room is not helping us when it comes to comfort, thermal comfort. So it's things like that that I said the built environment controls. The built environment has impact on those type of things. Other important things that you can see with the built environment, it also shows quality. It shows level of income. It shows level of exclusivity, or even sometimes exclusive or inclusivity. Professor Renner, I would always revert back to you because you were our first speaker. And you mentioned things about developed and developing nations. Those type of things actually come with the aspect and the quality of our built environments. So built environments do play a very important role in that. Now, despite the fact that we have all these important good things which the built environment can do, there are also adverse effects in which this aspect of the built environment does. In our business of construction and building up buildings and bridges and anything of the mentioned man-made activities that make our lives work every day, it brings in a lot of emissions. So the built environment contributes to 40% of the global emissions around the world. The built environment is also consumes 34% of the world's energy and power. We look around again, all these electricities and lights and experiment and all this equipment, it consumes something. And if that source of energy is not renewable, it is used and consumed and it's wasted. The built environment also consumes 50% of our natural resources. Because in building buildings, constructing bridges, and all these things that we put in place, we tap into our natural resources. And unfortunately, for most of them, we do not return them, because our buildings and our structures are just made for the moment and for the time. Very few are really considered on how it will be for the future. Another thing that we also notice is that 33% of global urban residents, which is something we have to deal with, which goes back to that initial statement which I mentioned, that we need to look about the amount of people who are homeless or who have serious accommodation issues, especially within the BRICS nations, which adds up to almost 800 million people. It could be more because we know how statistics are. And it's important that we add to that, because 33% of the global world issues, which is about 1.7 billion, which could definitely be more, struggle to secure decent housing, despite all the good things and the great things the built environment has to offer. And moving on from there, not to create this very bleak picture of what the built environment does, but it has both sides of the coin. And we're in that position to try and make sure that we have this type of discourse and see how we can make it better. Hence, that statement in my title, which talks about blueprint to greenprint, which really epitomizes a pivotal change on how we can start looking at the built environment and planning it better to do more things which are eco-friendly, to make life better for the people who use it, to be more inclusive of other people who are excluded from it. I move into BRICS as it is, and how do we combine everything into the themes of this. First of all is environmental security. The first thing I notice about environmental security for me is that it's a concept which comes to managing, preserving, protecting natural resources of an environment, which is in the confines of any nation, which is in the confines of any community. And environmental security spans into that. I'm looking from it from the man-made environment and also the natural environment. And part of the challenges that I've noticed when it comes to BRICS is things like we have environmental conflict, which means that we have contestation with land, issues of maybe deforestation that we have in Brazil and the Amazon, issues of when people want to know that we own this land and they're not given opportunities to it, or maybe conglomerates or corporate beings buying land against the will of the people who actually own it. We talk about environmental justice. These are situations when there's not equity in land ownership, equity in access to infrastructure, equity in issues that when we say, how can we make life better for some people? That's why they will say those famous statements, the haves and the have-nots. We also have issues with ecological security, which I mentioned earlier, that even as good as the built environment is, most of the byproducts and the processing of the materials that we use actually damages natural ecological systems. We talk about human security, because we know that when the UN, or is it even the World Health Forum, which has said that 70% of people living in 2010 or 2030, sorry, my apologies, 70% of people will be staying in an urbanized area. Most people will be staying in cities, and that's approximately 9.7 billion people. And when you have that, you have the issues of urbanization, overpopulation. The existing urban areas are not ready to even accommodate them, even now as we speak. That's why we have high ranges and high percentages of people not having secured homes. Apart from not having secured homes, the issue of social crime comes into play, where people don't have employment. And all these things can be linked back to the built environment in the sense, what are we creating for people? Where are people staying? Or where are people forced to stay, despite the fact they're in a particular city? And there's also the issue of food security, which is also an environmental problem, because there will be times when we will now be fighting over natural resources. It's not going to be about money or gold or any other thing. It could be about water. It could be about even feeding the nation. And those things are quite plenteous in these BRIC nations that we speak. And it is important that it becomes part of those securities, which is a challenge for the BRIC nations. We talk about the UN Sustainable Development Goals. We know what these goals are meant for. They are a universal goal for all nations so that they can protect the planet, minimize poverty in any different way, and to ensure that there's equity, prosperity for everyone. Looking at that and breaking it down to the issues which I'm raising in the built environment, I decided to look at 4, which I feel also the BRIC nations are kind of struggling with, and which I also believe the built environment can play a positive role moving forward. But what are those challenges? Those challenges of unequal environments, economic growth, issues of urbanization and informal settlements, which is very rampant, especially in South Africa, Brazil, and India. Although Russia has it, but it's always so difficult to get information from Russia. I wonder why. I hope there's no Russian person listening to us here. We need to know what's going on there. But irrespective of all of that, there's research and work to say these issues that we faced in our so-called developing nations are also there in these so-called developed nations. They might not want to talk about it, but it's there. But we, as I see it, we see it as a point of what we can do to respond to it. There's also issues of climate change. The issues of climate change is not just a problem of BRICS. It's a problem of every nation. Because to the truth of the matter, and some people might debate this on me, the real, should I say, protagonists of people who actually cause climate problems in the world are actually the developed nations. We're just catching on. But it's easy to look at the developing nations because you can say, hey, you guys, pay for our sins. But the truth of the matter is that even we, in the issues of this whole thing of climate change and the issue of climate resilience and how things are happening, it is the people from the BRICS nations or the so-called poorer nations feel the brunt more because they are seriously affected by it. So in the midst of all this, what is the role of the built environment to try and see how we can respond, not react, respond to all these things that I've mentioned? First of all, I always go to say affordable housing. Affordable housing is always a good way to move forward. If we can create affordable housing so that we can be able to accommodate this excessive 70% of people that are coming into urbanized areas, it's always a decent way. And we're talking about sustainable housing, not just any kind of housing. I also want to touch on the aspect of transit-oriented development. In a way, we now densify people in a particular area, and we make sure that all services are compacted in a particular area, not separated like we have urban sprawl and separated all over the place. Another thing I'll chop on is what we call the circular built environment. This is when we now look at our buildings and say, how can we reuse them, retrofit them, upscaling and recycling them so that we can turn them and use them for something else. Even the existing buildings that we have, can we do them in such a way that they are adaptable, they can be incremental, so that things can change over time and people can have different uses for them. And because of time, let me just show you some quick examples of what I'm talking about. When it comes to things of renewable energy, we know China is really blazing ahead there. They have these renewable farms, which are as big, covering over 25 acres of land, which is like approximately what we have of our campus here. And they even get ingenuity with their ways of creating renewable energy. In Africa, we have them also, but we actually use them in places which have been marginalized, your rural areas, your informal settlement areas, and they can also have this renewable energy source from the solar power. And we have what we call microgrids, which can help people who have been marginalized from infrastructures which were meant for the rest of the city. They can also use the waste that they have to also create this energy through biofuels, or also to create better things with farming. I talked about affordable housing. We have this example in Cape Town, which is got from engaging with the people. Engagement with the community, which is more of a bottom-down top approach, is always a way to help people so that people can be part of the process and also part of the solution. I talked about incremental housing. This is also another example on how buildings can be adaptable. We don't have to give them a full package. You give them a starter and they can be able to finish up. This just shows how we can upscale materials from recycled. This is from one of the students that supervised in my department who was trying to look at how to change the brick on using plastic and recyclable materials. Look into other things which I talked about, circular built environment. There was an architect in Brazil who thought of how we can use the famous National Stadium and incorporate low-income housing into it, as well as still committing and still doing football activities. We talk about greening your roofs and making sure that we talk about urban farming, bringing the farming into the city. It doesn't always have to be outside. So we use our rooftops, we use our buildings, we use our parks, we use all these unused spaces within the existing blocks that we have. And we even use places within the formal settlements. No one says that you can't bring farming into the informal settlement, which is an example that we have here from Brazil. Then the last thing is what I call the transit-oriented development, which I said densifying activities together in which all aspects can be a footwork so that you don't rely more on vehicular transportation. You have more all of your activities around you. And in the midst of all these things, this is an example in New Delhi, which shows that these things are possible. So as BRIC nations, we need to understand the built environment, no matter how adverse its impacts is, we can harness that and use that in our discourse to make sure that we make our environment better for all people. Then we can also now be an example. As BRICS are, we are going to be powerful in a couple of years' time. I do believe that. It's not always going to be about the Americas. Thank you very much. Let's just get this out.
Have we got Dr. Petos? Not yet. No. Thanks. We still seem to be battling to get Dr. Biswas. So we're going to go on to the third speaker on the program for this session, who is Ms. Lusanda Paul. Please welcome Ms. Lusanda Paul. I'll just introduce you and then come. So she's an aspiring film professional dedicated to mastering the art of cinematic storytelling. With a keen eye for detail and a deep understanding of film techniques, she's dedicated to exploring the diverse and innovative ways stories can be told on screen. Lusanda is an enthusiastic polyglot, constantly expanding her linguistic repertoire. She combines dedication and creativity with robust commitment to learning and excellence. And she's ready to make a significant impact on the world of film and beyond. The topic that she shares with us today is exploring international media narratives, how BRICS cooperation addresses security and economic challenges through multicultural institutions. Thank you. Please welcome Lusanda.
I hope so. I think so. Let me just. Can you see where you are? I think I go here.
Removable disc? Could be one of those. I'll let you know when you've got 2 minutes left.
I'm so confused. I'm so sorry. I'm not sure. No. I don't think this is working. Yes, please.
Is it not your thing?
I think this is the one. Okay. Yes. Good morning, everyone. Good morning, profs, my fellow teachers. My name is Lusanda Paul. I do apologize in advance. My presentation is a bit mundane compared to the doctors. I was recently told by a lecturer that I should stop focusing on the visual and more on the work. So I apologize in advance for the lack of images. So when I was approaching this topic, I was given this topic by my mom, who challenged me to learn something new, and I tried to approach it in a manner that only I knew, which was through film. And I chose to study the highlights and the potential of cinema as a tool that's used as a soft power by BRICS nations, and how they would shape global discourse and influence governmental decisions through film. So my 4 research questions were: how do BRICS documentary films portray themes of global security and economic cooperation? What narrative strategies and visual techniques are used in these films? How do these films influence public perception in different cultural contexts? And lastly, what role do these films play in the soft power strategies of BRICS nations? My key themes were, there is cinematic narratives and national image. There is numerous studies that have been emphasized for the significance of media, particularly in movies, in shaping public perception and strengthening a country's soft power. And then I have the comparison analysis of BRICS films. And lastly, the impact of cinematic narratives on foreign policy and international relations in a rapidly growing field of study. So I then went on to figure out how to do my methodology, which was my systematic literature review, in which I did a comprehensive examination of existing studies. I then used sources from pre-reviewed journal articles, books, credible sources, and online publications. And then my studies were focused on BRICS documentary films, public perception, and soft power. So my theoretical framework was structured around these four, which was soft power theory by Joseph Nye, which is based off of his concept of how a nation's ability to shape the preferences of others through appeal and attraction rather than economic force or soft power or military force. I then went on to cultural diplomacy, which Joseph emphasizes how important soft power is in becoming increasingly important for governments attempting to preserve and improve their international standing. I then went on to searching for how the media influence. So the media's role in affecting public perception is well documented in all our BRICS countries. The documentary films as a kind of media have a very important role in shaping society's narratives and emphasizing some aspects while downplaying others. And lastly, I went on to the narrative strategies, which were visual approaches are often used in documentary films, and they influence and shape the public's perception. Films that include themes of heroic narratives, have emotional appeals, and are visually appealing, allows for our governments to be able to communicate their messages more effectively and achieve soft power objectives. When I was going through the research, I went through about 1,250 articles, which then reduced to 350 articles, and which went down to 150, and I settled on 50 articles that I then used to complete the paper. Then the criteria that I used to choose the 50 articles was the relevance of them, if they were peer-reviewed, as well as what substantial contributions they had. I then went on to have 4 different findings. The first one was the portrayal of the themes. So the documentaries often focus on subjects related to economic cooperation and global security, presenting BRICS countries as proactive and cooperative in our international arenas. So they will promote counterterrorism or cybersecurity, and they'll make trade agreements in all the films that they will make coming out of these countries. For example, we have Indian and Russian films that are mostly about counterterrorism. Chinese films are mostly about cybersecurity. I then went on to look at the narrative strategies. The documentary films produced by BRICS countries usually have a heroic and narrative and more emotional approaches. They will be a bit more cinematic, and the cinematography will be amazing so that you are hooked and you are more drawn to the films. And I then studied 5 films from each of the BRICS countries. The first film from India was Slumdog Millionaire, which is more about globalization and poverty, national pride and global influence. For Brazil, I studied City of God, which is about crime and social inequality, sense of community and social justice. For China, I studied Wolf Warrior 2, which is about nationalism, military power, and the technological advancements that they have in China. And lastly, for Russia and South Africa, Russia, I studied a film called Leviathan, which is about political corruption and social unrest. And South Africa, I studied District 9, which is about social inequality and xenophobia. The role that it has in soft power strategies is that in diverse cultural contexts, these films have differing effects. It can either be promoting the goodness in the countries and changing the public perception, garnering national pride, or it could have the exact opposite, and you'll find that the people in the countries will start having doubts about their country, and it will blur their objectivity. And then, so again, as you can see, the films, City of God, Leviathan, Slumdog Millionaire, Wolf Warrior 2, and District 9, they all had their different strategic narratives that were produced by documentary makers and filmmakers, and what the audience then perceived from these films was, for India, the audience felt that it was a realistic portrayal of social issues that were happening in their country. For Russia, they felt that the powerful critique, that it was a powerful critique on their country and the political corruption that was ongoing. Then for China, they felt that it highlighted the economic and social dynamics. For Wolf Warrior 2, the audience would have mixed reactions. The films were praised for the action that was in the film. However, it was critiqued for the nationalism. And lastly, in South Africa, we felt as though it wasn't a very innovative approach to social issues. So in my discussion, I then went on to look at the comparison with literature, the implications, and the challenges. The comparison of literature, I saw that it is very consistent with theories on media influence and soft power, and the implications, the strategies, the strategic use of films to enhance global image. They would be able to attract allies, and they could influence discourse if they needed to. And lastly, the challenges that they would face was cross-cultural communication, or it would either, again, have a very positive impact or a negative impact. And lastly, my main aim for this study was to examine how public opinions are swayed when it comes to global security and economic cooperation, and how they are influenced by documentaries in BRICS countries. I think the main goal for me was to investigate how they could encourage emerging countries to join the soft power initiatives. As we know that the media is very important in our society. It shapes what we do when we get up in the morning to when we go to bed. And BRICS countries have found a way to use documentary films to tell their stories in a crucial way, as well as to advance their agendas for global tactics and influence. I think that the key findings were that BRICS documentary films, they will almost depict a united front in front of our international countries, and this helps them have a very good image as cooperative leaders and addressing issues. While in some instances it may be the efficiency of this is very much influenced by cultural factors and how the public in the countries do perceive this. The practical implications were that the documentaries in use as a soft power technique are more important when it comes to highlighting cultural narratives. The country's cooperation and positive building aims to win support from other countries and to build their communication with different international arena. The practical implications are that cultural analysts and media professionals in the BRICS nations should take note of these findings, because you can make a very impactful documentary as a filmmaker by having a better understanding of aesthetics or how the audience will perceive said film. What I want to do for future research is to examine different media platforms like news channels and social media, and how they affect the public, and how the public views BRICS nations, and how the comparative studies with non-BRICS nations could clarify the certain characteristics of BRICS media strategy. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Any luck with Dr. Bridgewater? How do I? We haven't been able to get up.
Do I just take it out? Oh. Okay.
No? Sorry, we're just trying to see if we can get Dr. Bisworth. Not there. Okay. seem to be the wrong height for everything. Okay, thank you so much, both of you, for those really, really interesting inputs. So I have a million comments and questions, but I'm here to ask the floor. So anybody who would like to jump in and engage? Have we got, thank you. Have we got a mic somewhere? Oh dear. We need a mic runner. Thanks. So can I just say, as we go into this, I mean, I think that we could have a lot of conversation. We do have our 15 minutes to do this. I'd like to ask us, in the interest of participation, to kind of share the airtime. Please do participate and just don't dominate, so kind of try and keep your question or comment into a minute or so. Thanks.
Yeah, thank you, Chair, for the opportunity. My question is to Dr. Lawrence Wonsanya. Interesting topic, blueprint to the green print. That is the way forward, actually, for all of us. Looking into your presentation, I know you mentioned quite good number of people living in BRICS nations. They are living in slum areas, probably about 1.2, 1.3 billion people. That is almost the population of African continent is living in slums, actually. So to just name Dharavi. Dharavi is one of the biggest slums in the world, located in Mumbai, close to Mumbai or within Mumbai city. The area size of Dharavi is by and large the same size of UKZN campus, probably. And so it's within about 2.4 square kilometers land. And within that, more than 1 million people living there. So that is one of the densely populated residential areas in the world, maybe where close to 300,000 people live in 1 square kilometer land.
Sure.
So given that situation, with your built-in environment, I know we have Kailisha, we have Nija, and there are many other areas like Soweto and so on. What would be the strategic approach to solve in such kind of slum areas, particularly within these BRICS nations? What is the best way forward and how to resolve those things? And the slum areas are rather increasing than declining from time to time. So with this built-in environment concept, what is the strategic approach that you think we could able to address these issues? Thank you.
Any other question? Or should I?
Take some more questions, or do you want to answer? Do we have another one here? Does a team answer this? Let's have to take this other one.
Thank you, Chair. My name is Gilbert. I'm a PhD student from CCMS from Kenya. I'd like to make a comment on what Dr. Lawrence has presented. You talked about affordable housing, and in my country, they've really tried to champion it. But we see a situation whereby once the houses are complete, nobody is willing to move to the slums. And I know there's a lot of informal economy that takes place around the slums. Nobody is paying taxes, so you have a lot of transactions that are done in cash. What do you think will be the strategy that is going to be used in order for people to move from the slums into the good, affordable housing that are being built, even probably by the BRIC nations? Thank you.
Thanks. Let's take those two and then.
Okay. You guys have really got my number today, eh? Very interesting questions. Do I have extreme, or should I say, answers to all of them? But I think it's more of a progressive answer. First of all, to Prof, of what you mentioned, I am aware of Dharavi. It's something that I've studied. It's something that I've actually looked at documentaries, and I'm amazed by such an informal settlement. It's actually the biggest informal settlement in the world. And what I looked at with Dharavi is that and I think it's what they look at with all informal settlement or slums around the world, is people shy from it. People look as if it's a dirty area, it's an unshady area of the city. People shouldn't even look at there. People there are dying, people are diseased. They have all the negative connotations. But I got to realize that when I looked at some documentaries which was being told from the people who stay in Dharavi, who work in Dharavi, they actually have a very vibrant lifestyle. And you see, that's one thing we need to realize. Dharavi itself is not the problem. It's the structures that are there that is the problem. When I now talk about the physical structures, you see, the problem has always been a matter of who should build houses, who should put infrastructure in places when people come to the city. There's a reason why these people come to the city. They are looking for economic opportunities. So if they have that, and if the government's in place and the corporations in place that pretty much have the money to be able to provide decent accommodation and infrastructure, if they're not ready to do that, the people in the slums would do that. So I always say, to solve the problem, we shouldn't come from the aspect that I have this degree and I've built houses and done stuff. It shouldn't come from that. I should go down to the people. That top-down, that bottom-up approach which I mentioned has to start from them, because they understand how it works. Some areas of Dharavi are actually formalized, and that is what we call slum upgrades, that people have used, if I want to even tap to the question you mentioned about having an internal economy happening within the informal settlement, to upgrade their buildings. So the case of Dharavi is not simply much like the case we have here in South Africa, because in South Africa, the form and the type of shacks are totally different from what we have in Dharavi. I can almost compare Dharavi to what we have in Brazil, which is the favelas, where they've been able to actually use even more formalized materials, not just roof timbers and cardboard and any makeshift things, but they have concrete and bricks in making their buildings. It's just that they're not approved by the government. So, going back to that answer, it has to start from the people. And when you start from the people, you can start reorganizing things. I don't believe in people relocating slums, because actually Mumbai, Dharavi is like a neighborhood which people need to go and see. But what they can start changing is start to look at the places which are really bad, in the sense that the infrastructure is so bad that, they don't even have what we call basic light. They live by the sewers. Even the rivers that flow through there are also over-wasted because of waste management and issues. So it starts from there. It starts from how do we deal in cleaning up the area and looking at the people, how we can build things up. And the final thing I would just say, when you talk about the type of structures that would work to make people's lives to have what I call decent accommodation, which is really the structure itself, is to reblock things. We need to reorganize, and that's how you can help with people. You need to let them know that we need roads. And when roads come in, services need to come in through a particular way for people. And people need to understand that. If we go there with some grand idea and say, we're going to give you 300 apartments, they will look at us and say, this is not what we need. We need things that would work on the lower level. We don't need high-rise buildings, because we're used to each other on a particular level, which is 1 or 2 stories high. And these are things that you would learn from the people there. So it's important that it's a wicked problem. There's not one solution to it. But I believe that when you speak to the people and you start dealing in how you can make their lives better, in the sense of still keeping them within that location, then we should be able to find some kind of solution to Dharavi and other informal settlements around the world. Now, for your question, sir, when you said you have that problem of these buildings are built, one of the major problems that we'd always have, and it happens here in South Africa, is that the idea is great, the implementation is wrong. Yes, I always say informal settlements, why they are so close to the city, it's simply because people need to be close to opportunities. When the government steps in and they want to now build physical structures, they take them away from the city. We have so much of it here in South Africa. Now people will now spend more money transporting themselves from these places given to them by government into the city. And they don't want that, because they're losing that money. Sometimes it goes to 40 or sometimes 60% of their earnings. So people will say, yes, thank you for giving me this house, government. I would re-rent it or release it to someone else, but I will still stay in the slum. One thing you must realize is that nobody grows up, or as a child, or any one of us aspires to stay in a shack. Nobody wakes up and says, I just want to stay in a shack. They stay there because nothing has been provided for them, which is affordable for them enough to stay close to the city. And as I've told Prof, in the sense, my answer to him, if you do not create a solution for them, people would find solutions for themselves. And that's why if you give them a solution that here's a house for you, without engaging with them, they wouldn't use it. It will remain empty. And again, that myth of when they say slums are the most dirtiest, unsafe, unruly, you will find out that is really not the case. That they have a system of stability, which is more stable than even when you have in suburban areas. People know each other, people secure each other, people protect each other. So that myth needs to be changed. And to answer your question, again, it comes back with engagement. Building structures, even where the slum was. Some people will say it's unnecessary, dependent on if you've done your homework and that land is safe for you to do formal structures on. I would say that is where they should do it. Don't take them out of the city. It doesn't solve the problem. But if you want to still keep them in the city and you can't find land for them, I say use existing buildings. That's what I was talking about, circular built environments. We have many old stock of buildings in the city because of the modern age, modern time, and people just have all these huge skyscrapers, office buildings, which are no more being used. Use those ones and convert them into affordable housing. People don't need to stay in the city forever. They just need to be close to the economic opportunities. Thank you.
So can I say what I think is really helpful about this also, thank you, is the way it picks up with how you were talking about the human and environmental relations for kind of the circular built environment. So the way, in fact, in the way that I would talk about it, the 25% of humans who are not well housed, who we need to consider, because they're not the ones doing the main damage, right, to the environment. So, but are also cast as others, as those that we don't have to ask. So in the same way as we don't necessarily ask the other species that we are also trampling on. So I just wanted to pick up on that. It spoke to me of this new kind of concept that people are using of planetary habitability rather than global sustainability as we understand ourselves within the other species as more than human, which I think that the approach that you gave us gives us that sort of holistic way of looking at how do we consider better balance. Thanks. And
thank you.
Thanks, yes. And so I just wanted to then go on to Lusanda also and say thank you. There was so much there. I was really interested in almost the propaganda possibility of national narratives like that, recognizing, of course, that our nations are not heterogeneous, even as within the nations, let alone among BRICS. And it's really helpful for us to think about what then are we presenting. And I would just love to have some commentary from you, just because it goes with a stat that I got the other day in the Daily Maverick, that 85% of people in Africa are getting their news from social media. So the role of big documentaries then also fits into that in a very interesting way. Do you want to comment?
I think that in a sense, it is almost propaganda that is happening. If I were to break away from BRICS for a second, I think we've all watched rom-coms, and we all know it's perpetuated this idea that we almost know that every time the good guy gets the girl in the end, which in reality is not true. And I think, in a sense, the type of documentaries and films that these BRICS countries that we produce it perpetuates an idea that, oh, okay, yes, there are bad things happening, but we have a sense of national pride, or we have the best electronics, yeah.
Yeah, thank you. Can I just say one thing to that? When we were in the good old days of art boycotts, people got, there was a South African propaganda movie called Wild Swans. And the person who did the music for it got cut. Her music career was over for a long time, because she did the music for a South African, for a white regime, apartheid South African propaganda movie. And it's just quite a useful example to remember there's a lot of power in the viewers and the consumers to critique our own governments and nations so that they use them well, at least. Yeah, thanks. Sorry. Go.
It's really not, I'm not sure it's a question, but I was just so impressed with you taking on this, with your mother's encouragement for you to take on this task. It's really so inspiring for me, because I think that that film art in its various forms plays such an important role in shaping our consciousness. And it shapes, I mean, whether it's through the dominant discourses that are portrayed, or it kind of challenges those discourses and provides for alternative voices. So really, it's really, I think I'll stop there. It's a comment. I'm, just so impressed with what you did. Well done.
Thank you so much.
Thanks. Are we having another comment? Okay, sorry, I'm being such a timekeeper here, but you're welcome. Okay.
No, I'll do the same when I'm facilitating to you. All right, thank you very much, Nikeni Pagati. Interesting discussions around the built environment and how we should try and restructure ourselves moving forward. The difficulty in my mind is the number of people who are born every day and the number of houses we've got to build in the future, and where are we going to do that? Whether it's cities or not, whether in the rural areas. Actually, rural areas have tended to be more like townships now. We used to live in rural areas where you would travel for kilometers if you're visiting your neighbor. But now it's a stone throw away. In future, what's going to happen? But the interesting part when it comes to now BRICS is the movement of people. Is BRICS going to BRICS countries going to open their borders to the movement of all the friends? Because that would mean, in one way or the other, people would now want to settle in a different country from that which they were born. And that on its own does not only speak about the issue of diseases, the issue of cultural experiences, as she was alluding to, but it also speaks to the issue of contesting space for accommodation, And I agree that at some point we've got to look into the issue of formalizing informal settlements, but to what extent if the land is decreasing every day. I thought I should comment around that. Thank you.
Thanks.
Well, thank you. Okay, another question from Prof.
Yes? Can we take another question and then, thanks.
Thank you very much, facilitator. And thank you to both the speakers. They were really amazing, inspiring presentations. I think we learned so much more, and I like the idea of bringing in built environment from the blueprint to green print, and I'm wondering if the blueprint refers to the blue economy. I was wondering if it had something to do with...
No, not really. Actually, blueprints, it's a statement that we have in the built industry to say the plans. It's really coined from America when they say the blueprint. It's really the architectural plans, but it represents how things are in the old. And that's why if you look at the image, I'm saying we now bring things and reconceptualize that we can't do things the old way. We need to do things the new way.
Wonderful.
And that's where this green pins.
Wonderful. And I think, of course, the global discourse is moving towards the green, whatever it is, whether it's green economy, green print, etc. But I want to quickly zoom into Lusanda's presentation. And Ashera made a very poignant a comment on the power of the media. And I'm just wondering, Lusanda, instead of as BRICS countries, and I'm not sure if it exists already or whether you have any knowledge, but perhaps something that somebody could look into further if you are interested in as well, is how can BRICS as a bloc use the media, not for reasons of propaganda, but rather to show the positive, everything positive that's happening, either individually, in a disaggregated or in an aggregated way, and show the rest of the world, because I think it is a really powerful medium through which we can actually showcase BRICS. Thank you very much.
I will be sure to look into that for you. But I think the first thing that popped into my mind when you said that was, if the government could stop crime, why wouldn't they? I think it's more of a money scheme, because if we only see the good in our countries, how do I put this? If all of our country's residents are happy and there's no fear and the whole world is looking at BRICS countries as they are the next superpowers, for example, how will the government make money? How will they control us, for instance? Because if they could, they would. They would essentially broadcast to the media that, no, we have gold, for example, it comes from us, or we are in fact not all rural, we don't ride on donkeys to work, and we are self-sustaining and we do thrive. But hopefully in the future, the media can work together as one when it comes to our BRICS countries, so that we can showcase to the world that we are not what they think we are. But yeah.
Oh, sorry, wanted me to... Yes, comment, yes, on your question, sorry. Issues of boundaries, those are political things that sometimes we don't actually even have control over. And it goes back to why I even thought about this whole paper in the first place. That when we have this type of discussions, even on high-level BRICS, even in our political governments, I always find out that people don't consider people in my profession in part of that conversation. So if we're saying we're going to do an extension or we're going to develop an area, you do need someone in my position to be in that place to see what are the capabilities, what are the challenges thereof. We can, as politicians and economics sometimes, not that I have anything wrong with economics, it's not even my forte, is that the numbers are there, but I always deal with the implementation. So when you talk about even rural areas, I always believe that even though that estimate that they said that 70% of people will stay in urbanized areas, why is the reason for that? What is the so big deal about urbanized areas that people want to keep moving there? Then we need to have this reverse thing called rural urbanization. And when we say that, we bring all the services into the rural areas. But mind you, they will say it's a lot of capital, it's a lot of funding incentive, but you don't even need to be on the same scale as the urban areas. You need to have a reason why people should stay in the rural areas. And it's unfortunate because of the level of infrastructure that goes into urban areas is nothing compared to the rural areas. And that's why those ones will face the brunt of things. I mean, the tornadoes we had recently in Durban, most of the people who suffered it were outside the urban areas. Even the floods that we had, I think in 2017, when there was a lot of flooding, it was mainly the marginalized areas, even some areas of the township. I stay, because I'm fortunate, in a suburb area. Those rains and those winds did not affect me one bit because the infrastructure there has been designed to cater for that. If you look at what happened in Dubai recently, when they had a flood, which they haven't predicted in 30 or so years, the infrastructure they had in there could not cater for it because they thought it's the desert, they don't need that amount of coverage to deal with that kind of water. So what am I saying is that thoughts need to be placed. We need to be part of the conversation when these decisions are made at high levels. And we also need to think of how can we help the rural areas. So it's both ways. And that's why it goes back to that thing about transit-oriented development. If you can put all these pockets of activities, which we have in the built environment, and place them in strategic areas, it will make people not need to relocate to, say, maybe from Nongoma to Durban. Or I can stay in Eshowe and just need to visit Durban just for a while. I don't need to stay in Durban because when I get in Durban, I can get in Eshowe. So why can't I get it in Eshowe so that I stay there? And that would also decentralize things. I hope that answers your question a bit. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And I think with that, we can close the session. I think we've had some really fruitful thoughts here on really, and what perhaps to leave us with is, as BRICS, what is it that we want to develop in terms of the built environment and in terms of documentary media so that we do take a constructive place in the world? Thanks.
All right, is it afternoon now? Good afternoon. So I wanted to make a joke, but I forgot it when I was coming up here. Actually, that was the joke. So our next session is going to be presented by three phenomenal female speakers, and that is Ms. Fezeka Mosho, may you please come to the front, and Mrs. Linda Paul. Mrs. Linda Paul. as well as Mrs. Perush Kanea. All right, so obviously I am the facilitator. I think you already know my job. So my job is to basically keep you awake, but it's already cold, so I'm sure you won't sleep. So let us just give a round of applause to our speakers. Actually, that's not the applause that I wanted, so may you please take my direction, right? So let's do it this way. We warm our clap first, warm it up, then when I count to 3, you just clap once. We are civilized people, right? So you just clap once. Okay, so let's warm it. Let's warm it. Are you feeling the heat? Not yet. Okay, it's very cold here, so let's warm it. Let's warm it. Okay, are you feeling it now? Or are you tired? Okay, let's go further. Okay, so 1, 2, 3. No, just once. Okay, so we're gonna do it again next time. All right, so I'd like to call our first speaker, that's Ms. Fezeka Mosho. And Ms. Fezeka Mosho is currently employed as a project engineer at the eThekwini municipality, and she is responsible for designing, constructing and commissioning of capital high voltage electrical infrastructure projects, whatever that means. She holds a BSc in electrical engineering from UKZN and a postgraduate diploma in project management and cum laude from Stellenbosch University. Her previous work experience includes being an engineer in training at SAPI and an electrical design 1 demonstrator at UKZN. She is going to be presenting a paper titled An Exploration of the Effects of Cyber Attacks on State-Owned and Privately Owned Enterprises in KwaZulu-Natal. Ms. Fezeka, you may take the podium. Do you want them on slide? Okay, there you go.
I didn't realize just how nervous I am, but let's go. Good day to everyone. My name is Fezeka Mosho. My colleagues are Mr. Fanasibili Nkonyane and Dr. Vuyelo Maweni, and our paper is based on the exploration of the effects of cyber attacks on state-owned and privately owned enterprises in South Africa. We decided to broaden our topic to cover South Africa as opposed to limiting it to KZN. Over the past decade, South Africa has witnessed a significant evolution in cyber attacks. The sophistication and the frequency of these cyber attacks have increased tremendously, with a notable shift from your traditional cyber crimes to more persistent threats and nation-state-sponsored activities. According to the South African Banking Risk Information Center, SA loses approximately 2.2 billion each year due to these cyber crimes. The type of crimes that typically occur are your malware, where you'll find ransom, you'll find viruses attacking your systems. You'll also find your payment frauds, where people are able to access your money without having your cards present. There's also social engineering, where there's phishing, people using things that entice you to actually draw you to open up links and emails and so forth. There's also data breaches and network attacks, which end up releasing sensitive information. So the actors and vectors of these crimes are mainly your lone hackers. So your lone hackers are those individuals that have their own agendas and are not necessarily very harmful, but they just want to test their technicalities. Then you have those insiders that are usually probed by they're usually disgruntled. They probably have inside information of what's happening in the company. Maybe they are about to get fired. Those people can also become your actors in the perpetrating these crimes. Then there's hacktivists. They are more of your social groups that just want to have a stance on a political or social affair, and they'll probably hack your political or government websites to just protest on whatever policies that are being implemented that they are going against. And then there's your organized crimes, where there's a group of people that there's a syndicate that's actually trying to do illegal crimes, more especially for your financial gains, and they usually lure in your lone hackers to assist them in their operations. So over the years, we've noted an increase in these cyber attacks. But as you can see in these graphs, in 2019, which was when COVID-19 started to occur, that is when you see a spike in these cyber attacks. And that is mainly due to your changes in your IT and OT systems, the increase in remote working, which attracted a lot of people to be on the internet. There's a lot of accessibility and the interest in the Internet of Things and the advancements of the automation in general. The companies that are listed here, these are some events that occurred after your COVID-19. The challenge on our right, on our left, we have your public and your SOEs, and on our right, we have our private companies. So the challenges that we've seen in both sectors, in both your private and the public sectors, is that the reporting of these incidences, it's not transparent. There's a lot of information that is being withheld. For example, Transnet, when they had a ransomware, when they had these attacks happen in 2021, they did not disclose that it was actually an attack. They made it seem as if they had operational issues, and the only reason why we actually found out that there were attacks is that they had to declare force majeure because they couldn't meet their contractual obligations. And that is the only way we found out. Similarly, in the private sector, Standard Bank, when they got hit in 2021, they said there was no data breach. They indicated that it's just their property management space, but there was no actual financial data breach. But there are reports from people indicating that there is fraudulent behavior that's happening in their accounts, but they still, till today, they are still adamant that there's no data breach. So that's the issue that we have, that is a commonality in both the public and the private space. So the computer, data, and network security are your main pillars for your information systems. And the focus is on protecting the integrity, the availability, and the confidentiality, as you can see in the CIA triad. The CNSS model further focuses on the policies and the frameworks that are a wider range of policies and frameworks that assist to kind of develop this security system. So the policies, frameworks that are currently adopted in South Africa, we have the National Cybersecurity Framework that was developed by the government, which kind of structures a way in which we try and prevent these cyber attacks. And then we have the POPI Act, which is a law that is used to kind of protect your personal information from the public and the private sector that actually processes this information. And then you have your Cybercrime ECT Act, which speaks to the protection of the electronic communications and transactions. So that act is specifically to protect against that. And then you have a Cyber Crimes Act, which was put into law in 2021, and this is just to protect your organizations and your normal citizens. So it's a framework to assist with the protection of or preventing of cyber attacks. And then you have your Critical Infrastructure Protection Act. So this replaces the National Key Points Act, which is for critical infrastructure that the nation declares as for health and safety, for the economy, but it's for critical infrastructure. So in this case, it mostly like your power stations where we know that we need to secure that network. So this act allows for, or it's like a statutory requirement to ensure that there's a person that is responsible for ensuring that there is security measures that won't affect us as an economy. Because can you imagine if Eskom had to be hacked and there's a total blackout, that will immensely also affect the economy. We also have technical standards that can be used as guidelines and frameworks to develop the systems and technologies that will help us to prevent these cyber attacks. So there's a standard SANS IEC 62443. This standard provides your cybersecurity standards for industrial automation and control systems. So this applies to any sector. It could be your oil and gas sector, it could be your banking sector, your energy sector, but this standard will kind of specify or gives you a framework of what can be used to prevent these cyber attacks. Then for SANS IEC 62351, this is specifically cybersecurity requirements for your substations, your utility substations. So these would be applicable for your ESCOMs, your utility grids like Ethekwini Municipality, your city power, whom use your communication protocols as per SANS IEC 61850. So our key findings from our research is that the country's economy is really under threat due to these cyber attacks. You look at Transnet, some of their customers are looking for alternative routes. They're looking to use Mozambique as an alternative port due to these disruptions that have been occurring and the delays and the operational inconveniences that are happening due to these cyber attacks. There's also been an increase that we've noticed in the previous slides that from 2010 to date. And and as you can see, from 2019, we've seen a spike, which indicates how we've developed in terms of our software and our automation in general. The most prevalent cyber attack across both the public and the private sector is your ransomware, followed by the denial of service acts. So by human nature, social engineering is the key vector, whilst malware is the main attack being used. And this is because we are easily enticed as people by things that we like. So I can come to you and say, no, there's a Michael Kors sale. These shoes are this much, they're like 50%. We women will be excited, we'll go to that link only to find that it's just a scam. So that is one of the most biggest vector in terms of cyber attacks. There's also a lack of understanding and interpretation of your acts, your regulations, and your frameworks. There's not enough awareness in terms of cybersecurity. Like in your organizations, you'll find that there'll be emails being sent out, be aware of whatever's happening. But there's no real workshops to say, this is what is happening, be aware of A, B, and C. And even, I think in the provincial crime summit, when they were saying the stats for crime, there's not a lot of emphasis on cybersecurity. So you can't even examine the extent of how bad it is. So, and I think another point from that is that there's no formal education for cybersecurity in South Africa. We have certifications, but I feel like we should be having something like any other degree to say this is a platform where you can specialize in cybersecurity. And then you wonder, do we really have the skill set to actually combat these threats that we're getting? Do we have the tools to actually prevent us from being attacked in terms of these cyber criminal attacks? So the strategies to combat these cyber attacks, we can suggest to have multidisciplinary collaborations between your public and private sectors. You'll get your criminologists, you can get your engineers. We'll all merge together to form solutions that can go forward. And then your ongoing research and development in cybersecurity, the upskilling of professionals in cybersecurity. That is very important. As I had indicated, we see a gap, a shortage in that skill set. The integration of your international standards, your policies, your frameworks. I mean, we could look at what's happening all over the world internationally, even within our BRICS countries. What strategies are in place and what's working, what's not working, and then implement that and integrate that with our own policies in terms of the technical space and also in terms of the framework, in terms of the policies and framework and how we should try and prevent this in terms of the legal space as well. And then enhancing the awareness of cybersecurity within organizations and communities, which is very important. It's very, at an organizational level, there are different ways in which cybersecurity affects as opposed to communities. And I think it's important that we address it appropriately and not just isolate it. So our recommendations is that through research and development, the country needs to continuously improve the standards and enforce and implement the improved cybersecurity frameworks. As I've indicated, we could look at what's happening around the world and implement that. So there's framework, an international framework, an NIST framework that is used widely in other countries around the world. They have 18 NIS controls that can be used to serve as a guidance for the security monitoring and control. So our recommendation is to apply the first 5 critical controls of those 18 NIST control. These controls will provide 85% of the protection required, and we feel like that's like the initial stepping stone, and we can have more conversation in terms of exactly what is it that we can do to kind of have a more secure environment and to protect our economy at all costs. Thank you. And questions?
All right, thank you so much, Ms. Mosho. Right, I think we got the clip wrong again, right? Did you notice that? Yeah, so can we do it for her? Okay. How does it feel now? All right, 1, 2, 3. All right, thank you. Oh, you've got yours, okay. All right. Okay. Nice, right? Should be this one. Does it appear there? No. Okay. Okay. There you go. E. All right, so that was a wonderful presentation from Ms. Mosho. Our next presenter is Ms. Linda Paul. Ms. Linda Paul is a seasoned academic and professional with 30 years of experience, including 26 years in higher education. She is currently pursuing a PhD in public administration at Debian University of Technology and holds an MBA and a master's in developmental studies. Ms. Paul has held key roles such as lecturer at Cape Peninsula University of Technology, head of academic operations, deputy director, records manager, faculty officer, and admissions officer, to mention but a few. Her career is marked by significant achievements in education management, curriculum development, and research. She has a deep understanding of higher education policies and public sector regulations, enhanced by numerous professional certifications in project management, conflict resolution, and organizational development. She attended several conferences in her career. Ms. Paul is known for her exemplary interpersonal and communication skills, commitment to service excellence, and multilingual proficiency. She has successfully managed academic operations, implemented effective student record systems, and contributed to academic curriculum development. Her leadership and expertise have been recognized with several awards and commendations. Ms. Paul's areas of research include higher education policies, entrepreneurship, human resources management, and developmental studies. She remains dedicated to fostering academic excellence and innovation, inspiring future generations of learners and educators with her extensive experience and profound knowledge. She is going to be presenting a paper titled Harnessing Energy Security, Paving the Way for Entrepreneurial Opportunities and Economic Policies within the BRICS framework. Thank you. I would like to welcome you. So to move to the front, you just do this and backwards. This front, back.
Okay, and then yeah.
Sorry?
Moving here.
You want to see this one?
No, yes, I want to say no.
Okay, here. Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Right. Good afternoon, esteemed colleagues, guests, respected academics, and diligent students. It is my distinct pleasure to welcome you all to this insightful presentation on a topic that sits in the very heart of our educational ethos and operational frameworks, which is harnessing energy security and paving the way for entrepreneurial opportunities and economic policies within the BRICS framework. My name is Linda Paul, and I'm with my supervisor, Professor Rina. My presentation will actually follow this sequence. I will have my introduction, study objectives, findings, recommendation, conclusions, and then we'll have questions at the end. And then my research overview will focus on the importance of energy security for BRICS countries, and also focusing on leveraging resources for clean energy entrepreneurship. Lastly, we will look at the framework, which is based on the resource-based view, RBV. My research aims and objectives are, we are actually intending to investigate how clean energy entrepreneurship contributes to sustainable development within the framework of BRICS. And then the objectives will be to assess the BRICS countries' economies and developing in relations to energy security. To achieve both energy security and economic growth, to investigate how BRICS countries might leverage renewable energy initiatives to promote sustainable development and improve energy security. And lastly, we will provide legislators and business owners with successful insights by showcasing successful case studies. and best practices across BRICS countries. Literature review, we looked at the key points. Number one will be the critical themes that are doing rounds in the BRICS countries, like the energy security and economic development. And then we looked at the role of government policies, the technological innovations, and lastly, the public-private partnerships and their influence in our BRICS countries. And then lastly, we looked at the gaps in understanding strategic resource utilization. We looked at the conceptual framework for this study. And we thought that a robust framework will be needed to elucidate the strategic relationship between the energy security, economic policies, and entrepreneurial activities in these BRICS countries. We actually also chose the resource-based view theory, which serves as a primary lens for our study. So we looked at this study through the lenses of RBV. And then we also looked at VRIN, which is value, rare, inimitable, and non-substitutable resources. And then the theory that we chose is actually a managerial framework that identifies firms' strategic resources, which is according to Michael Porter. And then the case studies that we looked at Russia. And in Russia, we looked at the project which is called Yamal, which was the renewable energy policy. And in that project, we looked at the impact it had on the country, which was, it actually helped to enhance energy security, and it also helped to diversify energy sources. And the lessons that we have learned from the whole exercise was that it actually managed to combine traditional and renewable energy, which enhanced security. Secondly, we looked at India and its solar power. So the solar power mission was actually for them to create these solar parks. The impact was the growth in solar capacity for the whole country and the rural economic growth. The lessons that we have learned from looking at this case study in India was that the government was very committed, and because the government was committed, there was strategic investments that were vital for the product, for the project to actually continue. And then the key initiatives of China, it was the solar manufacturing. We found that it was the top runner program with massive solar installations across the country. And the impact of that was cost reduction for the people, and then global solar energy adoption, which was actually lacking before. And the lessons that we have learned from looking into this case study was that there was industrial policy drives, because it actually forced the country to change some of the policies and within their, and also adopt some of the partners. And there was also technological advancements which were not there before. And then lastly, we looked at our country, which is South Africa. And in South Africa, we looked at the wind energy. And the impact of that was that it increased the share of renewables, investments, and it also created some jobs. The lessons we have learned was that it was an attractive investment for both individuals and also the private sector, because there was a lot of PPEs that joined in this program, which is called Renewable Energy Independent Power Producer Procurement. It's REIPPPP. And then the findings of my study was that all the questions that we had at the beginning were actually answered when we looked at the BRICS countries that we concentrated on. We didn't neglect the new ones that joined in 2024. However, we concentrated on the previous BRICS nations because we had more information on those ones than with the new ones. And then the findings were that we managed to leverage the assets for entrepreneurial opportunities. There was key supportive policies and regulatory frameworks which actually helped those projects that each country's put in place. And then the role of technology innovation and public-private partnerships. And then when we looked also and we compared our findings with the literature, it was aligned. Remember, we have chosen the RBV, which is a resource-based view. So when we looked at our findings and the interpretation, it was in line with the theory that we have chosen. And then lastly, the government support was actually needed if you look at all the case studies that we looked at and we analyzed. Secondly, the regulatory frameworks also, there was a need to tweak some of them, and also the private partnerships that were able to come in and also help out in those projects. And then the implication was that for policymakers, they had to design supportive policies and frameworks. Like I said, they needed to change and tweak some of the policies so that they are aligned with the current projects. For entrepreneurs, they had to leverage the opportunities and also look at the best practices looking around the globe so that they can fit in within the projects that were happening in their own countries. And then for researchers like us, there is an opportunity for further studies on a long term about the impact and the scalability of this project. And then in conclusion, we actually explored the strategic significance of the energy security for the BRICS country. And then the key findings were those that we have already dealt with when we dealt with each case study, which was successful leveraging of resources, policies, and innovations. We managed to promote clean energy entrepreneurship, and then the contribution, which was practical for all the countries. And there was also insights which policymakers, entrepreneurs, and researchers could draw from those case studies that we looked at. But then there was limitations for our studies, which also called for further research because we didn't look at the primary data, we actually looked at the secondary data. So for researchers or for the future, we might be looking at the primary data in order to see what is currently happening going forward. And then there is a need, like I said, I'm calling for a need for further research in terms of us using the primary data. Thank you.
All right, did we clap for you? No, we didn't. Okay. So we're just trying to keep warm, eh? Okay. Okay, let's go. 1, 2. Should I go for 3? Or wait? Okay. T, H, R, double E. Okay. Our next speaker is going to be Mrs. Perushka Nair. Ms. Perushka Nair graduated with a Bachelor of Social Science degree from the University of KwaZulu-Natal. She went on to earn a Bachelor of Social Science honors degree in Criminology and Forensic Studies and a Master's of Social Studies, of Social Science in Criminology and Forensic Studies at UKZN. She is currently a PhD candidate in Criminology and Forensic Studies. Perushka was always intrigued by the criminal justice system, which later on motivated her to choose a profession in this field of criminology. She's a member of the Gordon Key International Honor Society and is an experienced academic professional in the public sector with extensive subject knowledge in criminology and forensic studies. She currently holds the position of teaching assistant at UKZN, and her research interests lie in cybercrime and criminal justice sector. She's going to be presenting a paper titled A Criminological Analysis of the Commission of Cybercrime in South African Banking Industry, a case study of cybercrime in banks in Durban, KwaZulu-Natal. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Thank you so much for the opportunity. I am Perushka Nair. I'm very excited to share my insights from my thesis titled A Criminological Analysis of the Commission of Cybercrime in the South African Banking Industry, a case study of cybercrime in banks in Durban, KwaZulu-Natal. As expenditures in broadband infrastructure in developing countries have increased and the barriers to internet access have decreased, this infrastructure has rapidly become a target for cybercrime. Developing countries such as South Africa have become the preferred destination for cybercriminals due to their lack of cyber regulations and the prevalence of cybercrime illiteracy. Cybercrime has plagued numerous sectors in the South African landscape, one of which is the banking industry. This industry has experienced multiple types of cybercrime, such as phishing, scams, identity theft, hacking, and malware. The escalation of cybercrime has had a negative effect on the use of digital infrastructure and information technology. Cybercriminals are devising increasingly advanced forms of hacking and counterfeiting to gain access to information regardless of technical security advancements. Cybercriminals are highly skilled in utilizing social engineering to force their victims into revealing confidential information. Problem statement: gaps in the knowledge also resulted in the failure of the banking industry to appropriately detect and manage cyber risk and the detrimental impact it has on their operations. The limited body of literature on criminal cyber activities, particularly in the context of the South African banking industry, thus prompted the researcher to explore cybercrime in a delimited area. One focus was on identifying the factors that contribute to cybercriminal activity in South African banks in Durban, KwaZulu-Natal. In light of the limited controls in the South African banking industry to curb cyber attacks, these strategies and legal frameworks to map and dynamically manage the banking industry's IT systems architecture were viewed as critical in mitigating cybercrime. Research questions: what are the causes of the increased rate of cybercrime in the South African banks? What cybercrime legislations have government implemented to support financial industries in South Africa? Are policies that guide countermeasures against cybercrime effective in the banking industry? Literature review. With growing advancements in digital technologies, the essence of cybercrime has changed dramatically over the years. The nature of this crime and the complexities associated with it make the enforcement of laws and policies to combat cybercrime extremely challenging for policymakers as well as government and law enforcement agencies. A major drawback from the standpoint of crime prevention is that a perpetrator may not be situated in the same location or even a member of the same nation as the banking industry being targeted. Cybercrime victims in the banking industry. Victims in the banking sector can be divided into two categories, which are the banks and the bank users. The users or the clients may be individual, small and medium-sized companies, or major multinational firms. Individual users and small and medium-sized businesses are the most targeted groups as they engage in risky online behavior or they do not use the necessary security measures during transactions. Cybercriminals use various means to steal information from customers, from customer banks, and eventually also their money. In banking app fraud, the most common modus operandi is phishing, whereby a fraudster makes contact with a potential victim, impersonating a bank official, and using these expertise in social manipulation to persuade the individual to reveal confidential data, and this data is then used to deceive the victim. Theoretical framework. For a cybercriminal to engage in cybercrime activities that target financial industries, there must be a motive, and the primary motivation is undoubtedly financial gain. To explain, theories were employed to support the understanding of cybercrime in the context of financial entities. This study was guided by three theories: the routing activity theory, which examines crime as a series of events. Crime is a product of the convergence of time and space involving the potential criminal, in this study, the cybercriminal, a suitable target, that is the financial industry, and the absence of capable guardians, that is the lack of technical, formal, and informal controls to prevent cybercrime. The rational choice theory contends that individuals are motivated by selfish desires and they seek to maximize their gains and therefore their own interest. This is relevant to cybercrime as potential offenders are motivated by personal financial rewards. The space transition theory describes and understands the causes of crime as well as the types of behavior that exist both in the cyberspace and in the physical world. It is thus describes and explains the role of conforming and non-conforming behaviors. For instance, this theory contends that because of the anonymous nature of a perpetrator who is connected online, potential offenders will participate in cybercrime with impunity. Research methodology. This study adopted a qualitative research design. This study was interested in understanding the magnitude of cybercrime in financial institutions and not in the quantity of cases or other numerical statistics. The study aimed to explore the occurrence of cybercrime in the banking industry in Durban and to determine why these banks were so vulnerable to cyber attacks from the perspective of SAPS officials who worked with incidents of this crime almost on a daily basis. It sought to establish the current nature of cybercrime that target banks and to explore the reasons why the banking industry is continuously under attack. It is thus acknowledged that this study was limited to a law enforcement perspective as no bank employees were involved. The study was conducted in Durban, which is located in the province of KwaZulu-Natal, South Africa. The exact location or the names of the police stations where the participants were recruited will not be disclosed due to ethical reasons. The researchers' target population was SAPS officials in Durban. Due to financial, time, and demographic constraints, the entire population could not be included, and thus the study only interviewed 10 participants. sampling, and sampling techniques. For the purpose of this study and within the paradigm of non-probability sampling, the researcher utilized purposeful sampling. The reason for utilizing purposeful sampling was that there could be no random selection, as the participants needed to be knowledgeable about the topic under investigation, as the researcher needed to concentrate on issues that were of interest to the population. Data collection methods. The researcher utilized semi-structured interviews, which included face-to-face interviews with the research participants, whereby the interviews were recorded via voice recorder and handwritten notes. Data analysis, the researcher utilized thematic analysis. The researcher was able to identify critical components and themes that were appropriate in resolving the problems, the questions, and the objectives of the study. The researcher provided a thorough and an accurate description of the participants' viewpoints in line to the research questions. Limitations of the study. The study initially focused on interviewing officials from a specific bank. The researcher was initially informed that she would be allowed to conduct research on cybercrime in this particular bank, but this permission was later retracted as banking information is private and confidential. The researcher also contacted SABRIC, which publishes annual reports regarding cybercrime. A meeting was scheduled with the head of the cybercrime division. After internal discussions, the researcher was advised that no permission will be granted. The researcher then shifted the focus to SAPS officials dealing with cybercrime in the banking industry. It was also a challenge to identify detectives and investigators who were responsible for investigating cybercrime in KwaZulu-Natal, as such people seem to be very scarce. However, none of these challenges hindered the researcher from completing the study and meeting its objectives. Research findings. The analysis of the experiences of participants uncovered various causes of cybercrime in the banking industry and the effectiveness of legislation in addressing this threat. I will now discuss the themes that arose. In the interest of time, the comments from the participants would be displayed on the slides. Internal fraud within the banking industry. The greatest fraud risk that banks face walk through their doors every morning and sit down to work. Unfortunately, internal fraud is a sad reality in the South African banking industry. The abuse of administrators' credentials is one of the most serious internal fraud threats facing South African financial institutions, because some highly trusted IT personnel and other associated staff will always require super user profiles to complete their daily responsibilities or undertake important maintenance on core banking systems. The responses suggest that some untrustworthy bank employees, lured by the smell of money, tend to leak information to third-party platforms. Banks' poor internal controls, processes, and systems. Cybercriminals and the tools that they employ to get access to sensitive data are becoming more sophisticated as technology advances. The financial services industry, more than any other sector, is a common target for cybercriminals. We have witnessed an increase in cyber attacks and data breaches over the last several years as cybercriminals successfully infiltrate banking industries using everything from malware to phishing emails and ransomware to social engineering techniques. Numerous attempted cyber attacks aimed at manipulating bank payment systems have been made, with many of them following a similar pattern. Banking clients' lack of knowledge and awareness. The former CEO of SABRIC states that cybercriminals take advantage of the fact that not all digital banking customers are computer illiterate and then exploit this weakness, and the banking clients are thus most often infiltrated as a result of phishing, or the installation of malware into the victim's device via a link that allows the cybercriminal to gain enough personal information to access their victim's online banking profile. According to literature and the responses of participants, they have mentioned that they have seen an uptrend in phishing incidents as well as phishing. Low conviction rates. According to literature and the responses of the participants, cybercrime activities are monitored by SABRIC and the SAPS, but a limited number of cyber-related cases have resulted in successful convictions. Although some arrests have been made, there have been few convictions due to the small number of arrests and the absence of evidence to convict criminals. However, because cybercriminals use customers' online profiles as their own, tracing these crimes to an individual is extremely difficult. Cybercriminals bounce their signal from country to country, which makes policing cybercrime challenging anywhere in the world. Conclusion and recommendations. Owing to the rapidly evolving and the global nature of cybercrime, it is clear that the only effective way to combat it is for all role players to cooperate and respond quickly and decisively to this threat. Some recommendations: more effective internal processes in the banking industry. The infrastructure of the banking industry should not only be capable of supporting current business requirements, but it also should be constructed with the future in mind to allow for seamless updates that will enhance capacity and, even more crucially, security. Utilizing blockchain to enhance security in the banking industry. Blockchain is a collection of blocks that stores financial data in hash functions with a timestamp and the connection to the previous block. These blocks are anonymously shared with other network participants. This eliminates the possibility of cybercriminals exploiting centralized areas of weakness. Furthermore, earlier blocks in a blockchain cannot be changed, and all transactional data are confirmed by the necessary stakeholders, making data manipulation extremely difficult. Appointing experts in the SAPS. The SAPS requires cybercrime task teams that are operational 24/7 to conduct preventative investigations. To be successful in the battle against cybercriminals, SAPS need expertise in sectors such as cybercrime, cyber risk, fraud, and data analysis. Thank you.
All right, let's do the honors. Okay, let's make it quick this time, right? Okay, 1, 2, 3. All right, thank you. Yeah, so if you saw me dozing earlier on when I was sitting at the back there, I had a terrorist in my bedroom last night. A mosquito somehow found a way into my bedroom and it terrorized me big time. I really didn't sleep properly. So eventually it managed to bite me. I mean, I let it bite me because I thought it was gonna get full and leave. So it bit me and the pain was just unproportional to the size of that thing. So I then Googled in the morning and found that a mosquito has 47 teeth. Did you know that? Right, so at least I learned something new from my unfortunate circumstances. So it's time and question and answer session, right? So I believe that we have all had some profound contributions from our esteemed presenters. So I would like to ask if anyone has any questions or contributions, and you are welcome to put your hand up, and we have a roving mic, I believe. Any questions from the floor? From the first presenter, second presenter, and the third presenter, you can choose whoever you want.
Thanks, hi. So this is actually to the two speakers really who are dealing with cyber crime stuff. My question is a little bit kind of left field perhaps in relation to it, but I'm interested in how do we, the people, as it were, protect ourselves from centralized cybersecurity institutions or controls as much as with them, because I'm thinking of the way in which cyber surveillance occurs at the same time. Thanks.
front here.
Thank you very much. I will also focus on the cybersecurity part of the discussion. I am not sure if the question would be better understood if I say, do you think that, because I know that amongst other academics, one of our speakers today, Dr. Pele actually wrote about cybersecurity in the BRICS countries. And he posits that one of the decisions amongst these member states were to quickly enact policies, especially in 2021, policies that were directed at dealing with the issue of cyber crimes. But the question now is whether the focus was on enacting policies that were to protect the member states from surveillance from countries like the Americas and others, instead of a focus that would have protected the citizens at their personal spaces. What would be your thoughts around that? Thank you.
One more?
Yeah, one more.
Oh, thank you, facilitator. So yes, very interesting topics, and Mrs. Paul, I like the way in which you creatively did a weaving of economics and security, and I think that really speaks so beautifully and is so well aligned to the theme of the conference. So thank you so much. And I do know that we were doubly blessed today by your family. Am I correct? We had Lusanda and Linda Paul. I think we were really blessed through that. So my questions really are for the other two speakers who are speaking around cybersecurity. And I think, as Comfort has already mentioned, and you know this better than we do, that cybersecurity is very controversial, very contemporary but controversial at the same time. And I think we're going to look forward to Professor Luca's presentation later this afternoon. I'm just wondering, if I direct my question specifically to Parushka, I know SANBRIC just doesn't give gatekeepers to anybody. Doesn't matter what level you are at, they won't give that to you, because it would speak to their own security, it would violate their own security policies, etc. And they don't know who to trust. And besides, it's going to be published anyhow, so the knowledge moves into the public domain. So I'm just wondering if during your research you had an opportunity on the side, you can always have conversations on the side, informal conversations with security experts who are able to then give you some idea of the kind of questions you could probably, that you did pose to the police officers, because I understand that they were probably the only available resources in terms of the participants to the study. So I'm just checking whether you had an opportunity to speak to security or cybersecurity experts in the field. Thank you.
All right, we can have responses from the presenters. Okay, anyone can go first. I think the two cybersecurity presenters there.
Thank you for the question, Prof. Unfortunately, I did not consult with any experts in terms of the security aspect. And And I think to answer the first one, I think in terms of us as users as well, is during research as well as conducting interviews with SAPS officials, what they did make mention was in terms of individuals that they are sent different links or SMSs, and it is evident that these individuals actually click onto these links. So I think maybe my colleague can actually elaborate further on that.
To elaborate further, I think there's not enough awareness on cybersecurity, and I think that's the main problem. That's why we're getting a lot of people being scammed on various platforms, and they use the social engineering primarily because it's easier to get people that are enticed by different things. They literally study you. They go through your patterns. What do you like? Do you like fashion? Are you a sports person? You know, you even get job offers saying, no, they know that people are desperate for jobs. So I think it's the awareness to bring people to light that these are the issues that we are facing, and these are the possible indications that you might be scammed. You know, especially the elderly, they're affected the most, especially because these electronics came in an era where they were past learning new things. So it really boils down to the awareness, and yeah, I feel like that's the gap that we have. We have all these policies and everything, but there's no real interpretation of these policies, and there's no real implementation to the normal citizens. Yeah. And to further add, I think the question that we received from the gentleman was, I'm not sure if I am going to remember it correctly, but it was more to say, do the policies work for both the organizations and the communities? Am I capturing it correctly?
The protection or whether these policies that were enacted will focus on protecting the states from other state actors that could be effecting some surveillance on them, or the focus would be on the citizens, as you are pointing out. Yeah.
Okay.
Thanks.
Okay, I think that's quite a broad, how may I put it? I think it's quite broad because I think the whole element of the cybersecurity is to ensure that our network is reliable. And we've got different factors. We've got people from the international that would want to destabilize our political landscape. And we've got our own internal people that have their own agendas and their own frustrations. So I think to just answer, I think we'd have to delve deep into the research in terms of what are the triggers from the international spheres, because we didn't really look at it in terms of if there's ever been attacks from the external international countries. Like our research didn't go deep into that, but I'd like to believe that there's always that security issue, hence why we have these, I'd say, departments in place in government to look at the security at large. So I feel like our frameworks should be covering that, but it's something that we'd have to delve deep into our research. But largely, I think it's looking at the greater interest of our organizations and the normal communities.
I just want to add something that these crimes, they all start at home. Most of us are aware of these things because they've been practiced at home. But what do we do as communities to stop these crimes? As parents, instead of stopping them, we actually protect our kids. When they get caught, we go to court and we pay them bails, we do everything. So I think we as parents also, we need to look at ourselves before we even look at the policies, because the policies will never work if we as communities are not working together with the government.
Who has ever been scammed here? Put your hand up. Yeah, and I can tell you all those scams involved money, right?
Yes.
And she said they know what you like, so they know that you love money. So I got a message that said your auntie in Australia has left you an inheritance. And all my aunties are so poor that they really can't leave me anything. So they said they want my account details. Yeah, so that's just how they act. Is there any other contribution, question, or anything? Yes. Yes, the mic. Timekeeper, how are we on time? Time up. All right.
1.5 minutes, 90 seconds. So just in terms of, and I think it's really important, the kind of information we've just heard, you know, coming from a criminological background, we know about victim profiling. And one of the ways in which we do get profiled, and we probably are not aware of, is every time you do a Google search, there's somebody who is analyzing that data. You have these algorithms, right, that pick up what you're doing. So for example, I'm going to give my example. I love these flip-flops. And somehow the advert came up, you know, these irritating adverts that come up all the time. And when I clicked onto that, and these flip-flops that I just absolutely loved were going at like half price. And then the cherry on the top was, if you purchase for $1,499, there's no delivery cost. So I'm very excited. Let me choose 2 items to not pay the delivery cost. And that was it. I was scammed. So that's how they profile us as well. You also wonder sometimes, you were looking for articles on cybercrime, and then suddenly your email box is drawing in all this articles, papers, etc. on cybercrime. We don't realize, not just the old, young people, all of us are at risk. And it's how much we put into that internet, into those sites, is what is one of the ways in which they profile us. Thank you.
Yes. All right, thank you. But I also believe that there are also good cyber crimes, eh? Imagine you're a political activist and you want ESCOM to supply electricity. And you're just sitting behind your computer, you hack ESCOM, right? You supply electricity across the country. You make that thing that they use to switch off electricity go offline, right? So you have electricity, that's good, isn't it? All right, thank you. Thank you to our presenters. May we give them another round of applause.
Oh, yes, sorry. Will they hear me? Netizens, we are now breaking for lunch. It's been very exciting, so we've moved over time. Should we take 30 minutes for lunch? We shall take 30 minutes for lunch. Netizens, unfortunately, you chose not to be with us, so we couldn't provide you with netty lunch. But I'm sure you can make yourself your way to your own kitchens. We'll resume in 30 minutes. Thank you.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. We are ready for session 3. I hope you are ready too. So for those of you still out in the foyer, please can you make your way in? Okay, great. It seems like everyone is here. So, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. My name is Shania Rubin, and I am a lecturer in psychology at this very fine institution. So you'll find me in the School of Applied Human Sciences. It's such a privilege for me to be here today. I'm so excited. We have a remarkable lineup of speakers. I hope you enjoyed your lunch. I hope you feel refreshed and re-energized because this promises to be exciting. All right, so without any further ado, I think we need to get the ball rolling. We were meant to have 5 speakers this session. I'm looking on the online community, and okay, great, I see Dr. O'Day has just joined, but I want to just shuffle things around a little bit. I think let's start the presentations for the speakers that are in-house, just so that we're sure we have everything up and running in terms of our online systems. All right, so without further ado, it gives me great pleasure to introduce our first speaker, who I think after this morning session requires no introduction. Professor Ravinder Rina. All right, and what stands out for me, and I think I'm going to use this line in future, particularly when I'm unprepared, the power of the mind and the point that I want to make. So dare I ask if you actually have a PowerPoint presentation? I think the answer is no. But ladies and gents, just in the interest of our online community and people that might not have been here this morning, and for those of you who weren't here for that fantastic presentation by Prof. Rina, allow me to try and summarize in 1 minute, right, to provide you with a synopsis of the brilliance of Prof. Rina. I'm going to try my best, right? So Prof. Ravinder Rina is a distinguished scholar in economics with over 32 years of teaching and research experience. He is currently a professor of economics at the Durban University of Technology and a visiting professor at RUDN University in Moscow. He has authored, wait for it, over 10 books, 150 journal articles, and 50 book chapters. He's also the founding editor-in-chief of the International Journal of Education, Economics, and Development. I need to catch my breath. Phew. Prof. Rina also serves as an associate editor for The Bottom Line and has been on the editorial board of more than 35 reputable journals worldwide. He is an executive member of the BRICS Academic Research Forum with research interests that include economics of education, international finance, microfinance, and the BRICS and African economies. So this afternoon, Prof. Rina is going to be exploring how startups in BRICS countries can leverage international institutions and cooperation to enhance economic stability and security. So ladies and gents, please join me in extending a very warm welcome to the most distinguished scholar and highly respected academic, Prof. Rina. Prof. Rina, the floor is all yours. Yeah.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Now I'm not delivering any keynote speech. I'm just trying to summarize what my student, Linda Paul, she's been my colleague and also my PhD student. So I'm just going to summarize actually what we've been doing together. And the topic has been introduced. Thank you, Dr. Sonia, for that kind introduction, summarizing. And so I would like to speak something about the startups. What are the startups actually in the BRICS countries? How the startups could enhance the economic stability and the security among these BRICS nations. And also, I may be touching upon some of the unicorn businesses and how the unicorn businesses also could able to provide the economic stability to different countries in the world. So the startup companies, they are like lifeblood to the national economy of every country in the world. And without startup companies, whatever the developed world that we see today, I was mentioning early in the morning session that the developed countries, they are not developed just in overnight. So it is a journey that they pass through. They are smart workers than the hard workers, actually. So the developing countries on the other side, they are the hard workers. Whether it is industrial sector or it is agriculture sector, both of them needs a lot of hard work. That's why if you look at the national economic framework, most of the developing countries in the world, except exceptions such as South Africa and a few other countries, the contribution of different sectors to the national economy, majority of that contribution is coming from agriculture and also industries, and maybe lesser part coming from the services. You take the US economy, for example. America is the largest economy, we all know that, which contributes about 25-26% of the total income of the world, about close to $26 trillion. America also got hundreds and thousands of startup companies. We say MSMEs, SMEs, and so on. And these startup companies, they are providing support. So American economy, just to give you a snapshot view, that the contribution of agriculture sector of America is less than 5% to the national economy. Industries are contributing about 27 to 29%. So plus minus about 34% is coming from these two sectors, and remaining nearly 70%, 65 to 70% is coming from services sector. So that is the kind of structure that is developed for these developed countries. And fortunately or unfortunately, in South Africa, we are also in the same tune where the agriculture contributes very meager amount of money to the national income. Industry also contribute probably about 27%, and services close to 70%. So if you look at South Africa and America, we are very much comparable. But if we go to Zimbabwe, you go to Malawi, or Somalia, or Ethiopia, and Tanzania, situation would be different. India was contributing at one stage when it got independence. In fact, today is the birthday of India. India is celebrating 78th birthday, actually, Independence Day. So when it got independence in 1947, 15th of August, that is today, India was contributing almost 62% of the income coming from agriculture alone. Now it dropped down to 18% today. Still, the 18% income is coming, but almost 43% people are depending on agriculture sector. So that is the dichotomy, that is the paradoxical phenomena. Major portion of people are almost close to half of the percent of the population working force is depending on agriculture sector, but the contribution that they are making is a little bit lesser. That is about 18 cents for every 1 rand that they contribute to the national income. So industry contribute by and large is similar to that of the South Africa, about 26-27%. The services numbers are increasing. Almost 50% is coming from services sector. If you take 20 years ago, the Indian economy, it was contributing by and large about 42%. Now it reached to 50%. So service sector dominance is increasing. That shows that we are moving towards development now. So we are all agro-based economies. Before 100 years or even 50, 70 years down the line, South Africa is agro-based economy. America was also agro-based economy. So industries, they just jumped in, and then we are moving towards the service sector. So this is the structure. But all these structures also linked directly or indirectly to the startup businesses. That's why in economics we always believe that startup companies, they are the lifeblood of the national economy. They are the backbone of the national economy, without which national economy cannot exist. To give you some more statistics, ladies and gentlemen, in South Africa, the SMMEs contribute about 45% to the national economy of this country. You go to Brazil, same story will come. You go to India, you go to China, you go to Russia, you go to probably the new 4 BRICS nations, Ethiopia, Iran, and also the UAE. UAE is a little bit different from these nations. Egypt, we find the same kind of scenarios. So the startups are absolutely contributing immensely to different fields of these 3 sectors that we are talking about. Within agriculture sector, you have so many agro-based startup companies. Within industry, manufacturing, or secondary sector, you still have hundreds and thousands of companies. And within the services also, maybe it could be a tourism service, it could be banking, capital investments, and many other services. Hair salon business, probably pedicure, manicure business, massage business, all these services also coming into that kind of startups. So startups are very important. If you look at the MSMEs of India, for example, ladies and gentlemen, they are more than the population of South Africa. So they are been playing, if you look at the National Economic Statistics of India, according to CMIE report, Center for Monitoring and Indian Economy reports, categorically mentions that about 25 to 28% of the total exports coming from India are coming from these MSMEs. Probably about 30 to 35% of the foreign exchange money that is earned by Indian economy was also coming from MSMEs. And there are millions and millions of people, more than 150 million people are depending upon these MSMEs, startup companies, for their employment, for their livelihood. So the same thing, almost 70% of the informal employment is generated through the startup companies actually, MSMEs. So in terms of employment generation, employment creation, in terms of supporting the major industries, sometimes basic key industries that we have, they all need support from the small businesses, startup businesses. So to provide the raw materials, to process some of the raw materials, we need these startup businesses. So how these startup businesses, in the interest of time, how many minutes do I still have? 5 minutes?
3 minutes
3 minutes, oh, sorry. So, the startup businesses, ladies and gentlemen, they are dying actually. The infant mortality rate, the mortality rate of the startup companies, at the infancy stage, they have been dying. Almost 70 to 80% of the startup companies that are started few months ago or a year ago, within 5 years' time, they have been dying off. Maybe because of so many issues, particularly financial, marketing, production, regulatory mechanisms, and various other problems. Governments, every country, within our BRICS forum, we all got different ministries: Ministry of Small Business Development, Ministry of Skill Development, Ministry of Industry and Trade. All these ministries, collectively or individually, they are trying to contribute for the development, for the survival of these MSMEs. But nonetheless, people, they give up so quickly without looking for the alternative options and strategies. So there are many businesses that have been started, they have been dying without even celebrating their 5th birthday. That's not a good thing actually for all our BRICS nations. So where we have the international institutions, we have, particularly in our African perspective, we have African Development Bank. In Asia, we have Asian Development Bank. We have European Development Bank. We have World Bank, which is popularly known as International Bank for Reconstruction and Development, IBRD. We have IMF. We have many other institutions, multilateral institutions, and so on. So these institutions, they must provide some kind of impetus, some sort of support for these MSMEs, but we don't get, even forget about those institutions. Within our locality like FNB, Absa Bank, Net Bank, Standard Bank, Capitec Bank, Discovery Bank, whatever, they don't even provide the support because of the collateral security issues. So therefore, ladies and gentlemen, in the interest of time, for economic stability, for security, there are also so many security companies. I was mentioned in the morning that we got over 4,500 security companies. Many of them, they could be startup companies also. So all these startup companies, the government one side, community on the other side, local governments on the other side, they must try to identify such startup companies, try to provide them some necessary support, training, confidence, building their confidence level. So if they could able to do that, one day, company like Google, which started in a small garage about 26, 27 years ago, and nobody ever imagined a company that was emerging from a garage because they can't able to pay for the rent. They were living in the garage, they were also working from the garage. Now such Google company reached from zero about 2.5 decades ago to a multinational company where they are contributing close to $2.5 trillion to the economy of America today. Amazon, Jeff Bezos also started his journey with no V's. And you take any major companies, even Mukesh Ambani, Reliance Industries from India, is also started from zero. In fact, the father of Mukesh Ambani was working as a petrol attendant about 40, 45 years ago, or 50 years ago. From that place, he was even going by bicycle, selling the clothes in small villages of Gujarat state of India. So there are, every company, every startup will always have some kind of challenges. But despite of the challenges, whoever sustain, be resilient, be optimistic, they only can shine like stars forever. So ladies and gentlemen, in the interest of time, I'd like to conclude in 1 minute time, Madam Chair. We have the other side of the story that unicorn businesses are flourishing, particularly for the past few years. The number one country with the highest amount of unicorns is America. Second country is China, because in the order of economic size, America number one, China number two, and India is not number 3 yet, but India has got number 3 position in terms of unicorns. So they also started their startup businesses sometime with zero capital, with small capital. Now they raise up to $1 billion industry. That's what we call unicorn businesses. So there are, how many unicorn businesses are emerging from African continent? Very, very few. The whole of South Africa, the whole of Nigeria, the whole of Egypt, these are the 3 major economies in this continent. We hardly do not get even 20 unicorns in the continent. So therefore, ladies and gentlemen, we need to develop startup companies, unicorn businesses, MSMEs or SMMEs, in order for us to leverage the international institutions, whether they could be IMF, World Bank, and whatsoever. And we also should make sure that they contribute immensely for the economic stability, economic growth, and also contribute to the peace and security of every country among these BRICS nations. With these few words, I would like to thank the chairperson, Dr. Sanya, and also Dr. Professor Gopal, and all other audience and fellow colleagues. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Prof. Rina. You are the gift that keeps on giving. Just to kind of reiterate, I think you've redefined the meaning of a PowerPoint. Still, the power of the mind, and the point that you make. You said something that I think is so interesting. It really is food for thought. You've described startups as the lifeblood of economies. And this is really interesting because it speaks to the importance of, forefronting and kind of supporting as a pathway to economic stability, startup businesses. I have so many interesting thoughts and ideas about this, and I really would love to kind of extend these discussions further with you, and hopefully I do get that opportunity. But in the interest of time, I think we need to move on to our next speaker. So many thanks, Prof. Rina, for your very insightful presentation. All right, so our next speaker is Dr. Jane Quinn, a lecturer at the University of KwaZulu-Natal, Pietermaritzburg, but not University of Pietermaritzburg, University of KwaZulu-Natal, Pietermaritzburg campus. So Dr. Quinn has lived and worked for over 20 years in Pietermaritzburg. She's been a lifelong activist and educator, and her work is guided by her unique philosophical praxis, the dung beetle. Very interesting. I read her abstract. I think we're in for a real treat. And really, this is about emphasizing balance between self, others, and the earth. And I'm particularly interested in this presentation because I think your pedagogical kind of approach and your frame of thinking aligns very much with my own. So Dr. Quinn specializes in participatory pedagogy and action research, aiming to foster critical, reflexive collaboration in all fields. Dr. Quinn is dedicated to the ongoing struggle for greater justice and equity, a commitment that has led to her engaging in various spaces, including her work with Sasria to promote peace in national protest hotspots. So this afternoon, Dr. Quinn's going to be presenting on transforming community spaces from destructive discord into productive Accord. So flying the UKZN flag with excellence, it is indeed my privilege and honor to invite a woman who continues to contribute to our academic community, Dr. Jane Quinn.
Thank you very much. I'm definitely better at doing the action on the ground than talking about it, I have to say. So. And I continue to contribute until the end of the year when I get aged out.
All right. So we need to go to slideshow. Yep.
Okay. Oh, down here? Or not? Give it.
Okay, good.
Cool. Thanks. So I'm just trying to see where to position myself. I'm going to try and stick to my notes a lot because otherwise I tend to get carried away time-wise. I'm just going to put a timer on, then I can see how I'm going. I was thinking of you, Lusanda, somebody advising you to not have too many pictures. We had problems sending this because I have a lot of pictures. So, yeah. I just want to check that my notes are coming up, sorry, because I don't see them here. And that's going to be a problem. They haven't come through. Right. Sorry, I've got to just balance a bit. Luckily, I've got this in hard copy because my notes aren't coming up on the slideshow. Can I give you that? Try and put this somewhere for time. Yeah, I just don't know why the notes pages aren't coming. See? Maybe they didn't send through or something in the way it's sent. So, all right, I'll just try and use two hands. Okay, so seeking participatory power shifts toward constructive accord in counteraction of inequitable community rifts, engendering destructive discord. It's quite a mouthful, and it kind of, I think, leads into the nature of what we're talking about, this highly complex situation, but for quite a straightforward purpose of how do we stop descending into destruction. I'm the lead author on this. I worked on a team with Dr. Faith Kamati, Thandi Gumbi, Tadi Modipa, and Minenhle Pungula, who sent me here to talk for them. So, the overview that I'm going to be doing is just an external generic features of the context to give you a picture of the place that we're talking about, then a bit of the research process employed that I'm going to rush through because I would love to spend a lot of time on it, but cannot, and then specific dynamic drivers of the destructive tendencies before looking at possibilities and vulnerabilities of more productive ways of being in this space. So yeah, I'm not very good at using two hands here. Okay, so the research rationale was based on the assumptions that nothing stays still. Nothing is neutral. All structures, culture, and agency are adding to momentum in one direction or another all the time. Hence this either we're going in a destructive way or we could be going productively. The means and manner of participation of people in place, as much as process, in one way or another, are interactively shaping the multidirectional and multidimensional space of engagement, of participation, right? So the overarching questions that we asked are, what are the means of control or lack thereof for protection, prevention, resolution, and redress, the four factors of vulnerability and resilience, within the intimate community context, situated as it is in this time space in South Africa that promote vulnerability toward divisive discord, and conversely, within and despite these, that indicate resilience and hope, offering or suggesting promising leads to pathways of productive possibility within reach of the community or community ownership. So, the place. If you travel inland from the southern east coast of Africa toward the foothills of majestic mountains, this is especially for people who don't know our continent and our country, If you're coming in toward the foothills of the majestic mountains known as the Drakensberg, or the Barrier of Spears, and possibly other names, settled around a slumberous river that sometimes rises in volatile fury, a Mooi river in Afrikaans, is the place of the eland, Mpofana. So, these days, Mpofana is a demarcated municipality covering 5 wards. Some of these are more urban than others. Extensive farmland ranges from communal area plots to community project farms, to large inherited tracts of conventional white farms, to giant agribusiness conglomerates, and other comfortable country plots. The small municipality has a total population of 33,400. That's less than the whole of UKZN, which is quite interesting to hold in one's head in terms of what one's looking at of the agency of individuals. But that number significantly dropped, according to Stats SA, from the 2016 census, purportedly due to socioeconomic factors. So, with its population density of about 21 people per square kilometre, its South African described racial demographic composition is comprised of 92.1% Africans, 0.6% coloured, 1.8% Indian, and 5.2% white. Okay. Mpofana is on the worst end of the inequity spectrum. So the local municipality estimates that 67% of the population of people in the population live on around about 15,000 per annum. So that's kind of what, a little bit over 1,000 per month. In the age of where engagement with the world at large is through electronics, less than 30% of the Mpofana population have internet at home, while 30% have another 30% have no internet access at all. So, in the case of parts of wards 1, 3, and 5 of the municipality, there are 2 major arterial routes, N3 and 103, that intersect, which is key to the nature of the whole thing. You won't really be able to see it here, but in this very densely populated area, there are 2 major arterial routes. They draw lines through the old apartheid spatial planning, crisscrossed with democracy designs, that are holding the original towns of Mooi River on this one side and the old Bruntville and Newtown townships on the other side of the freeway in particular proximal relation to one another. The National Railway line also runs through it, as much as does the Mooi River itself. So, urban places are spaces where power geometries of life aggregate. So it's not too surprising that Mpofana is a place where sparks fly, good and bad. The extremely beautiful agrarian landscape is mostly only accessible to the majority of the population in the most restricted of ways. Structural roots of colonialism and apartheid continue to pervade the present dynamics. Consequently, warped political and social institutional practices underpinned by patriarchal capitalist production reproduce inequities and alienations, albeit with some blurring of the historical lines. Okay, as Motio and Magwaza suggest in 2023, in Mpofana there are clear struggles for the attainment of social citizenship in the context of a divide between those who have no access to work and wages and those who have access to income and assets. Citizenship attainment struggles are interwoven with failed patronage networks and processes of piercing the common sense appear through protesters questioning local leadership and proposing solutions for change. There's also evidence of Mpofana through the depoliticized subject, fostered by the neoliberal doctrine, where the language of protest is cast in market terms. And all of that pretty much gives a clear picture, I think, of the space that we were coming into to try and see what does it actually mean? How can one understand this place more to turn around the destructive discord that tends to be the cultural norm? So central to the first scene-setting stage of the project, as much as contextual discovery, was the need to facilitate access and openness of engagement across wide-ranging community variables. Broadly inclusive relationship building was key, and coherence between participatory principles and practice in the research process was critical. for the possibilities produced, both for the understanding of this first stage contextual analysis, as well as any possible future action as a result of it. So using a reflexive action research methodology called dung beetle doing, space was created in a public populist building for in-depth exploration of the issues and dynamics of the area with participants. Researchers, though, did traverse all wards, observing environments and engaging with people. Random and targeted community members were actively encouraged to participate in the activity room process, as we called it. The responses to the invitation were varied. Many incidental conversations valuably added to the findings. And I'm just going to go through very quickly, just to dance through this whole research process. We used iterative experiential learning cycles, acting, observing, reflecting, and analyzing in order to act more consciously on the basis of what we had been finding as we felt our way and wound our way through a systematic process of investigation where the activity strongly promoted, as I was saying, participatory process and culture for the truth procedures, but as much as for the overarching long-term aims of the project. And here we made sure, for example, that we were working bilingually. I was the most linguistically challenged of the team, but everybody else was far better at speaking at least 2 languages, if not 3, 4, or 5. Just now let me undo myself here. So people's intimate sense of self and life experience was brought together with other sources of local and social media. There were the whole participants, small and big incidental conversations and literature, living and text. From the present, public and personal, through historical, broader view of historical experiences, including geographical, geopolitical situation and location too. People here were, this is the very beginning of that map, everybody who participated put in where they are now and what their association was with Mpofana in terms of living and working. And then issues were mapped onto an ecosystemic chart. Here we're talking about experiences of individuals and then in their local community, and then discussion went out about the institutions and national policies and situations that affected them. Okay, so then bringing together aspects from all these multiple data sources, we sorted through them to make sense, sorted through these particular lenses here in these groupings. So we use these columns of actual and potential positives and disaffections or depressors, and then hopeful possibilities and friction points. And we're not going to look at them in detail now. But notable in this is that there will be issues that come up repeatedly in different columns, which is exactly the paradoxical nature, basically, of lived reality. So, taking all of that information, we literally mapped onto, we drew the view of the terrain, from the enabling and resisting barriers and supports in the foreground, to the guiding stars being sought. And they became very much the lens through which we could see what it was that people were actually looking at, hanging above the horizon of as far as can be seen from here and now by the people in the place. And that was really critical. This was very strictly informed by those people in that space who would have to be the change makers with or without support from anybody outside. So these stars, how am I doing time-wise? Because I forgot to put my stopwatch on. Am I sort of halfway? Am I kind of halfway? Oh, gosh. Okay, well, then I can't go into these in great detail. So the stars that came up were safety and security, livelihoods, peace, power, people and dominance, cultural shift, collaboration, good life, greed, Ubuntu, and well-being. As in, you can see paradoxes there, but there was a clear draws of people. And then there was justice, historical redress, and anti-corruption, were the key themes that came out. Looking at the critical art, which is the remedial, and transformative possibilities, we came up with 3 Beacons of possibility, which was a town hall occupation and the election season, were kind of more immediate issues that didn't form part of a long-term view of where this project might go. We looked at power blocks, policing and social services, youth life and livelihoods. Again, then further thought through in depth as to what was the issue, the problem, the contextual specific vulnerabilities, and then the intervention beacons, which we analyzed and went through in great detail. So from those beacons, the milestones that came up were peace forums, a toll rate shift, market space development, and community service youth brigade college. Now, the reason for these is because the depth of cultural rift that was keeping people stuck in the place that became apparent was that there was a need for big ideas in order to be able to shift the alliances that can sound quite obvious, but the political power holding and the long entrenched economic hold, both of those needed to be shifting, and there's no easy way to do it. So look, these big ideas, as they were put forward, big and small ideas, were those to help shift the balance of power between entrenched power now and those who might be able to bring something in, and it particularly speaks here to the issue of the SMMEs. So the vulnerability, let me just go back to this slide a little bit, is the community is vulnerable to shoring up even sharper shards of the Gini coefficient through an alliance of the elites, both political and economic. The politically and economically privileged and comfortable banding together to protect their interests and fend off the rabble, all right? But the cost of perpetually standing on guard of the few against the many requires more and more hired guns. Hands that hold the guns have a way of developing or connecting to the minds of their owners. And if we're going to look at how to make economic change for the purpose of security of all concerned, that's where we've got to look at shifting those rifts. So while such responses are still strong in the cultural gene pool of Mfafana, so too are yearnings for something different and better, as the stars showed. And that's the beauty of the beacons and the milestones from the light of the stars. Peace Forum beacons and Ubuntu stars recognize but want to work against violence of greed and inequity. So like most places in the world, there are well-meaning big, medium, and small fish who don't have the means to make it better alone, to interrupt the vicious cycles adequately, whether their lack of means is ability to share better or interact with difference better, or using their body and soul resources on anything much beyond fearful survival. In these environs, it's hard for virtuous cycles built on love of self, neighbors, and natural neighborhood environment to take root, let alone to thrive. And such is the nature of a cultural trajectory of productive participation instead of destructive responses to social unhappiness in the context. In our study, we clearly saw how too little, too late, too clumsily can all contribute in their own way to making things worse instead of better, particularly in this very over-researched community where people are disenchanted with outside researchers coming to mine them for information and never come back. So Centola's tipping point theory says that 25% of a population is needed to shift mass in a new direction for that trajectory to become the new norm with its own momentum. So in a population of only 33,000, that is kind of 8,000-ish people, I think. It's not unimaginable of being able to reach 8,000 people. So just if you're breaking it down like that, so really what is significant about what we have is that we know enough of the intimate details of who the big and medium fish are, their motivations and means to some degree, and the related dynamics driving some of the stuckness of the space. So just finally in my last two slides here, an additional community report back process, which is very important to us as participatory development workers, revealed these interests of participant present. Everybody has the 4 suites of cards, and you only have 1 diamond each, but you do have multiple hearts and clubs. The diamonds show those things that are most important, that crystallized people's dreams. And so as you can see, Peace Forums had 3 diamonds of the people there. Community Service Youth Brigade College, which is a lovely whole big interesting idea of how to involve youth with current startups of SMMEs. That was the one that had the most ideas. And a market space development, which we just worked with these because the toll rate shift is a no-brainer. It's more expensive currently to go through Moy River, all of that money and wealth of the country that goes past, instead of it being cheaper to just come off and participate in the local economy that would also then service and help to break the divide of that apartheid spatial planning. Key to breaking those, to shifting those rifts, basically. So the great potential of making things better lies in the many organizations and interest groups with relationship in and to Greater Mbufana municipality. How to avoid prejudicial interests blocking such generative potential is a key factor for any successful attempt. Some of the vulnerabilities became immediately apparent in the final session of the community report back from the big mouth, big fishers, posturing, positioning, and most concernedly, trumping anecdotal nonsense and ignoring the researched reality was very key, important to notice for those wanting to take it. So the way forward will depend on the processes employed. And finally, the key takeaway is the critical need to shift the balance of power between the political and the economic. Local formal political position holders are not going anywhere. Their hold is not as benign as it may appear, with their spread of interests and insertions having potential to be as malignantly controlling as they could be productively generative, if or when balanced out by other means of control of the interacting parties and communities of practice. So while this may sound obvious, the promise of the situational analysis of stage one of this stage one research is that it recognizes not only the multidirectional requirements of both of these, but also the intersectional possibilities through the discoveries of the specific details of the space, so that the purposeful, the pointed, the particular who and how, as much as the what and why of proposals, becomes pragmatically possible through discernible distinctions, especially appropriate to the context of this space. And it remains to be seen how this process is taken forward by those involved. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Quinn. Such wonderful work. You spoke about vicious cycles, and in speaking of that, I think it's a reminder to all of us that much of the kind of social and other issues that we face, you know, it remains to be, it is as such because it's underpinned by our historic injustice. So it's a reminder that we've done much, but there's still a lot of work to do. But thanks for also leaving us with hope, right? When we come together as little fish, we're going to be a big school of fish. And yeah, and with that, we can, I believe, shift the balance of power. So very interesting work. Thank you. And I look forward to chatting to you about this in more detail. All right, we're now going to shift to our online community, and we're going to pray to the technology gods that everything goes as planned. Dr. O'Day, are you able to hear me?
Yes, I can.
Okay, great. You are able to hear us, but you're actually quite soft. So let's just see if our technicians can help with sound.
Okay.
All right, perfect. I can hear you loud and clear. All right, Dr. O'Day, before I hand over to you, allow me this opportunity to introduce you. So Dr. Elizabeth O'Day is an associate professor in the Department of Religious and Cultural Studies at the University of Calabar, Nigeria. With over 13 years of teaching experience, she specializes in new religious movements, sociology of religion, and world religious traditions. Dr. O'Day holds a PhD in religious and cultural studies and a bachelor degree in law. Dr. O'Day has also served as the head of the Christian Religious Studies Department at the Federal College of Education, Obudu. A prolific scholar, Dr. O'Day has published 25 papers in both international and local journals, authored 5 books, and contributed to 10 book chapters. So this afternoon, Dr. O'Day is going to be presenting on religion and peace-building education as an instrument for national stability and security. So it is my pleasure to extend a very warm welcome to the highly accomplished Dr. Elizabeth O'Day. Over to you.
Thank you very much. As she has said, I am presenting a paper on the top religion, peace building education of instruments for national stability and security. Now let's take a look at the abstract. This study argues for the integration of religious and peace education within the curriculum of undergraduate students in tertiary institutions. The objective is to cultivate among them a thorough comprehension of religion and peace-building education. The extent of conflicts, now we are talking about Nigeria. We have experienced years of conflict in our society, from the north to the west. We have experienced conflicts such coming from Boko Haram, herdsmen, and kidnapping. All these issues are culminated from several sources. It could be political, it could be religious, it could be economic issues. Though Nigeria is not among the BRICS nations, but I think that the lesson that could be obtained from this paper could help even the BRICS nations too. Because religious studies, religious education, peace-building education is relegated to the back. Now, in this course, is not meant for compulsory to has always been on deck to see how we can live in society without conflict and violence. But if to this, even though they have put up several strategies to have a peaceful society, government of this nation has not been able to secure that status of a civilized nation. And so I think that if the students are given opportunity to learn religious tenets, the belief system, especially in Nigeria, we have different types of religion, major religion. We have Christianity, we have African traditional religion, and we have Islam. Now, instead of these 3 religions, if it is well advocated at the university level, and the undergraduate students are taught, irrespective of their various disciplines, they are taught as a compulsory course. Now, these students will use this opportunity because they are the leaders of tomorrow to learn the necessity, the strategy of peace mechanism. When they learn at this level, they will be able to understand other people's religion, because one of the problem we have in a Nigerian society is misunderstanding, misrepresentation, misinterpretation of religious belief and practices. And so if the undergraduate student studies this as a compulsory course, it will help to build their mind towards embracing peace and also having the knowledge of the basic tenets of all the major religions in a given society. If they have this, it will give room for religious tolerance. It will also give room for a peace mechanism, understanding among them, and this will go a long way to help to curb the menace of violence in the society. Now, to look at this paper was introduced under the introduction. We have under the introduction that the subject of religion and peace holds considerable significance and have attracted the attention of scholars across several academic disciplines on a global scale. Now, Ayam Anode posted that issues carry considerable significance in the Nigerian context as they play a crucial role in shaping critical conjunctures and giving rise to disputes, divergence within political domain. So issues of peace and religion peace building are common issues. Scholars have generally on them, scholars, but none has been able to talk about bringing up religious and peace education within the undergraduate students. So we are saying that if this was made compulsory as a general course for all undergraduate students,
Okay, this is the worst case scenario ever. Okay. Join, and then we update.
Dr. Ade, our apologies, we seem to have lost connection, but you are back online.
Okay. The paper found out that put forth 15 strategies that have been used before now to curb the menace of violence in the society, and even at these strategies, peace has not been attended in Nigeria. There are several methods that have been used. These methods, these strategies has not actually helped to bring about peace in the Nigerian society. We are still experiencing series of crises, violence every day. Example of conflict is prevalent in the northern Nigeria. We have terrorism everywhere, kidnapping, banditry is present, communal crisis, killing of Christians in the north, misunderstanding of religious doctrines, misinterpretation of religious doctrines, ethnic and religious conflicts, intertribal conflicts. We have banditry and tribal wars going on in Nigeria. Interreligious conflicts are also observed, and intra-denominational crises are observed in our Nigerian society. In fact, intra-religious conflict is also observed. Favoritism of politics against a popular religion. So, by introducing this course, religion and peace-building education, the students will be able, the undergraduate students will be equipped to understand that this violence some of them can be brought to a streamline through the understanding of other people's religion. Under this course, religion and peace building education, several the major religions of Nigerian society will be taught to the undergraduate students, and they will have, from the lessons they will learn, they will be able to have an idea of other people's religion, because from our research, from investigation, we know that if you study other people's religion, you will be able to have a good knowledge of that religion, and so there will be room for tolerance. So if people don't study other people's religion, there's frequently misunderstanding and misrepresentation of facts. So this will be a very suitable tool to help to fight insecurity in the society. So the paper is suggesting that the course, religion and peace building education, to be introduced at the university level to the undergraduate students, because it is expected that these people will become the leaders of tomorrow. So when they are well-grounded with the religions of the society, not one religion, but the religions of the society, there'll be understanding, there'll be dialogue, there'll be understanding of other people's religion. And so the paper really emphasized the introduction of religion and peace building. Now, there are other strategies that other schools of thought or in the society, these strategies have not actually worked fully. Strategies such as churches vigorously teaching peace processes, seminars and workshops are often organized, government are involved in peace strategies and programs. Traditional rulers are also involved in teaching the people about the need for peace. Primary school students and secondary school students receive lessons on religion and peace education. Some organizations will organize teamwork to emphasize the need for peace building. But all these strategies mentioned are not enough, because with these strategies available on ground, we are still experiencing peace, insecurity, violence every day by day. And so this paper suggests that a more reasonable approach should be taken. And this reasonable approach is to introduce religious and peace building education as a compulsory course for all undergraduate students. Through this process, the students will have the opportunity to study other people's religion, irrespective of their various disciplines. They will study other people's religion and then understand, come to compromise, and have a mind of tolerance, so that this strategy will help to enhance security, peace, and stability. So that were the suggestions and the findings in the field. As a result of this, the paper made use of some responding samples from the university environment. These are university lecturers and administrative staffs and the students themselves. So all the responses received in the field, in the investigation, shows that this strategy will be a very good and a model one, innovative one, in building the minds of the young people towards peace and towards peace, tolerance, understanding, and understanding of other people's religion. And as such, this will lead to stability, national stability and security in the nation. On the whole, the paper concludes that despite the implementation of various methods by governments, body, religious organizations, and non-governmental entities aimed at achieving and improving peace within the nation, the desired level of peace and security necessary for stability has not been achieved. Hence, it is imperative to implement a strategy that emphasizes the fundamental principle of religious practice within the country, alongside the instrument of religious tolerance, peace mechanism, and strategy for peace. The paper also makes some recommendations. Some of the recommendations is that governments, and non-governmental organizations should engage in the strategy of big peace, and national policy on education should consider the need to incorporate peace and religion and peace-building education into the academic calendar of the university, so that the undergraduate students will have this opportunity of understanding other people's religion and then the strategies of peace at the same time. Thank you very much. I have submitted my case here. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Ode, for that very insightful and thought-provoking presentation. A lot of what you say resonates with me. A colleague and I recently were working on a book chapter where we have also been looking at educating for peace, but we were looking at this in terms of something that we should be introducing in basic education. So it's really lovely to kind of see the trajectory of that and how that can build into higher education. And I think something that's quite important is that we often see education as a force for good, and it certainly can be, but we know that education can also kind of be seen as an instrument to discriminate, right, and to suppress. We see this in the history of South Africa. We look at Bantu education. So knowing that, looking at the flip side, this is such an important tool that we can use. How do we educate for peace? Essentially, what you're talking about is how do we make people tolerant? And your arguments around, well, you know, we need to kind of include in this education religion, and not just one religion, but diversity in terms of beliefs. Because kind of the starting point of change is when we understand others and we understand where they come from, we become more tolerant. So very, very interesting. Absolutely, peace education is such an important mechanism towards achieving national stability and security. So thank you very much for your presentation. I'm looking online. Nolwazi was meant to present in the session, but I don't think she is joining. And unfortunately, Prof. Koma is also unable to present this afternoon. So in terms of presentations, that concludes the session, but we are going to open up now for about 10 minutes for questions. All right, we have Shada in the front.
Thank you, Shania. Thank you to all the speakers for some very thought-provoking presentations. I want to kind of direct perhaps a comment with and request for Dr. Ode to comment on this further. In my understanding of reading about and observing, because we have it happening right now in some of our African states and even in the Middle East, that often what is seen as religious wars are actually wars about land, economic power, and other forms of power. They're not really about the values that underpin, and I believe are universal, that they're quite universal, cutting across all religions. But it's underpinned by something else. And that often, and I think social media, when I look at some of those kind of discussions happening on social media, it's the misinformation is around fundamentalism. Not that it doesn't exist, I must say fundamentalism does exist, but I think that is put on the forefront without really teasing out the nuances and what really is going on here. And I just want to, in terms of Nigeria, to hear our colleagues' views on that.
Dr. O'Day? Did you hear the question?
No, I didn't get it well. I didn't get it well. Was she asking in terms of the social media? I didn't get the question well, please.
Can you repeat it, please, Shada?
Professor Day, can you hear me?
Yes. Yes, I can hear you.
Perhaps just to summarize, my point is that on the surface, the conflict or wars around what seems to be around religion are not really about religion. They're really about power, economic power, power around reclaiming land or owning land, etc. And I just wanted your comments on that. That I do agree that we do need, in the broader kind of discourse of diversity and inclusion, that religion and religious tolerance, etc., must be included in that, and peace education is part of diversity and inclusion. And yes, I get that. But I think that for us to kind of look at all wars or all conflicts in a blanket way that kind of says, well, it's just about religious intolerance is for me problematic. And I just wanted your views on that.
Okay, yes. In Nigeria, there is no politics without religion. Religion and politics in Nigeria goes hand in hand. Before a president is elected, it is mostly religion that has a serious role to play. When an Islamic or a Muslim is a president at a given regime, at the next tenure or the next administration, it is expected that either a Christian should come on board or a Christian should be vice president. So religion plays a lot of role. Yes, I agree, Ebu, that other conflict and violence comes as a result of other reasons, not necessarily religion. But in this contribution, in this paper, the emphasis is that in the area of religious misinterpretation, misunderstanding, if the candidate studies this diverse religion at the tertiary institution, they will have a better understanding, a better view of other people's religion. And so any conflict that is coming in the direction of religion, those who have and so in the recommendation, we recommended that other scholars can go into other aspects of violence that may be resulting from politics, economics, and other aspects. I hope you understand what I'm saying.
Well received. Thank you so much, Dr. O'Day. Thank you. Is there another question? Okay, no more questions? Going once, going twice? Done. All right. Okay, thank you to our presenters and thank you all for attending. Let's hand over to our next facilitator for session 4. Thanks, everyone.
Let me start by apologizing that Unlike the many speakers who have been here, I'm not a doctor or a professor. And it has nothing to do with the fact that I'm probably the last facilitator as well. They say that old brooms sweep clean. Is that how they put it? Well, that's not important now. Thank you very much, Professor Gopal, for the opportunity to facilitate this session. It has been a very interesting day. For some of us who enjoy exercising, it has been really a cognitive gymnastics today, and something to really cherish for the rest of our lives. I've got the rare opportunity to introduce very important speakers for this session. But before I get into that part of introducing my speakers, let me maybe start by saying it has been interesting reading and watching a lot of videos that are speaking about the establishment of this cooperation called BRICS, and how it has varied from just BRIC countries to now BRICS Plus, and who knows what will happen in the near future. And some commentators are even saying the reason why China and Russia, for example, are holding on to each other's hands is not because they don't have their conflicts that they have parked, but because the Americans are really very close to them in terms of threatening their security. So they need each other more than anything else. But beyond that, you also have critical questions that we need to really look into about whether conflicts such as those that are ongoing between Egypt now, who are forming part of BRICS Plus, Egypt and Ethiopia, for example, fighting over land and water, will that be parked on the side as well, and the focus be on developing policies that would unite BRICS? Is something for to be discussed probably in future. And I was saying to Prof. Gopal, for me, this is we won't do justice to this particular discussion if we do it only today. But also, we won't do justice if we confine it to a South African context. So I'm looking forward to probably future discussions that will be pushing us to engage each other at the level of different countries, even institutions of higher learning for that matter. Having said that, I have the pleasure of introducing two great speakers. One is in Brazil and the other is in South Africa. The first speaker is Dr. Venetia Nyambuya. I don't know if she's here. Please come. She's also online. Okay, let me introduce Dr. Nyambuya in this fashion. Dr. Venetia Paidamoyo Nyambuya is a postdoctoral fellow in the School of Applied Human Sciences in the discipline of Criminology and Forensic Studies in this university, my university as well. She holds a doctoral degree in Media and Cultural Studies and a Master of Arts degree in Media and Cultural Studies from the University of KwaZulu-Natal, and an honors degree from Midland State University in Zimbabwe. She has worked as a lecturer, news reporter, and a communications officer, and her work experience has cultivated an interest in issues of human scale suffering in Africa. Dr. Nyambuya's research interests are interdisciplinary and are drawn from the field of human sciences. Her research is focused on not only in the cultural studies and media studies, but also gender-based violence, migration, and media, digital media, misinformation in the global south, among other media and social issues. Please allow me at this point in time to introduce this special doctor from this University of KwaZulu-Natal to speak to us. Thank you.
I'm not sure if you can hear me.
Yes, we can.
I would love to extend my gratitude.
But we can't see you, Doc. I don't know if that is also a prerequisite.
Okay. Right. Let me put my camera on. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm delighted to welcome you to my presentation on exploring the role of security in fostering economic growth within BRICS countries. And this is a qualitative inquiry. My name is Venetia Nyambuya, a postdoctoral fellow, as Migeni has already introduced, working on the SUBMIT project hosted by a school professor in the School of Applied Human Sciences, Professor Nimala Gopal, whose extensive research was actually in a multidisciplinary environment, has significantly contributed to my understanding of intricate dynamics between security and economic prosperity. Thank you so much, Prof, for affording me this opportunity to be part of a very big project that you are hosting. For as many of you are aware, BRICS comprises of countries, as initial say, and we're saying that these represent some of the world's most influential emerging economies. And together, these nations account for a significant portion of global economic activity and hold substantial sway in international affairs. Thus, the relationship between security and economic growth within these countries is complex and multifaceted. My study explores the critical role of security mechanisms in enhancing growth among BRICS countries. And we're saying that in the midst of diverse economic landscapes within these countries and geopolitical challenges, robust security frameworks are essential for creating a very stable economic environment conducive for sustainable development in meeting the SDGs and also collaborative economic ventures. Having said that, BRICS countries therefore represent a very formidable force in the global economy that accounts for significant portions of the world's population, the gross domestic product, which is the GDP, and trade. And we're saying these economic relations within BRICS face numerous security challenges and problems that threaten the cohesion and long-term stability of economies in these countries. And these challenges basically stem from geopolitical tensions, economic disparities, internal political dynamics. And we're saying all these pose unique threats to the bloc's economic security. So just as a big background, right, just taking you back to when BRICS started, it was without South Africa then, I think that was in 2008. The first phase of the BRIC initiative, security clearly occupied a secondary status, during that time, because we're going through an economic turmoil within the global markets in 2008. And the first two BRICS summits that were held in Jakarta back in 2009 and Brazil in 2010 were mostly concerned with countering the ongoing effects of the global financial crisis and ensuring that G20 resolutions were implemented. And during those years, the only references that were made to security, they appear within the context of food security, although in some instances they do mention, the need to combat terrorism, but we're saying these were occupying a secondary status, right? And then we had the Sanya Summit in 2011, which was the first to include South Africa, coining the term BRICS from BRIC, right? When South Africa joined, we see that there was an expansion, to the coalition of security, of the agenda of security, and there were more issues, and security was also something that was being spoken of and also on the agenda for BRICS countries. In 2012, the BRICS Summit was held in New Delhi. This is just a background to understanding why security then is so important, right? And the word security was included in the summit's title itself, and it tried BRICS Partnership for Global Stability, Security and Prosperity. And this means that security was something that was more important now. And looking at that period, we're now moving into a more sophisticated period where we had these digital technologies coming in, and we saw the need, to actually include security maybe, in those. That came out of the Durban South Africa Summit in 2013. And in this summit, there is also some, several references to global and regional security issues, and illustrating that the host country, which is South Africa, can tilt the BRICS agenda in the direction of its particular security interest, right? So moving on to that, my literature review, looking at more studies that have been written in this particular frame, numerous studies highlight that security is fundamental for economic growth. We mostly talk about other issues that we look at when we're talking about economic growth, but we forget that within countries, for economy to actually grow, we need to have investor confidence in our security that we have in that particular country. So security basically creates a stable environment conducive for investment, trade, and the efficient function of markets, right? So no one would want to come to invest in a country where there is always cyber security issues, So thence the need, to actually develop this particular discourse around security, right? And we're saying conversely, insecurity such as crime, terrorism, and political instability can deter investment, disrupt markets, and slow economic growth, right? And looking at that, in my literature review, I think I'll just divide it into three, right? We're looking at security and economic growth, and I look into the different countries, right? Where we say in Brazil, when looking at research that has been done in Brazil, most of its research has explored how crime and violence, particularly in urban areas, have affected economic activities and growth. And then in Russia, most studies often focus on political instability, corruption, and the security challenges of a post-Soviet economy. And in India, literature often examines the impact of internal security, such as terrorism and insurgencies on economic growth. And then in China, research frequently highlights the role of state security measures in maintaining political stability, which supports its rapid economic growth. And then lastly, in South Africa, studies focus on how crime, political instability, and social unrest have impacted economic performance, right? So having said that, we're saying that BRICS has a role to play, in global security and economic growth. However, BRICS is actually seen, or is often seen as key drivers of global economic growth. And as emerging markets, they face unique challenges and opportunities that are related to security and economic growth. And some of these challenges span from economic inequality, geopolitical tensions, dependency on commodity exports, right? Also talk of environmental and climate risk, infrastructure deficits, political and institutional challenges. I'll not go into depth into this because of time. And there is also some opportunities, right, that arise from these emerging markets, right? There is a possibility of economic growth, intra-trade between BRICS countries, technological innovations that could actually also enhance, the growth of our economy within BRICS countries, and also have energy security and sustainability, right? So I'll not go deeper into that because of time, right? We're also saying that the BRICS countries have also been involved in cooperative security arrangements, which are believed to contribute to regional stability and economic growth. So we're seeing that the more we talk of security, the more we involve security, within the BRICS framework, right? There is something that these countries are actually doing, They're having these cooperative security arrangements, working together collaboratively, right? And we've seen them actually engage in various cooperative security arrangements that contribute to the growth of the economy and stability within the region, right? And these initiatives basically reflect the group's broader goals of enhancing multipolarity in global governance and promoting mutual development. And we have these cooperative arrangements such as the joint military exercises. We also have BRICS security forums that have been formed, where national security advisors and senior officials from member countries discuss various security-related issues and climate change, right? This forum basically serves as a venue for the exchange of views, global security challenges, and the development of collective strategies. It has facilitated discussions on global governance reforms, conflict resolution, and crisis management. So we're seeing that these security arrangements or these platforms, they are there, to basically collaborate, with each other. The BRICS countries are working tirelessly to collaborate with each other so that there is that security that we're looking for economic growth, so that we meet the 17 SDGs, right? So in this study also, I looked at the theory of human security, right? The theory of human security reveals a people-centered approach or a people-centered understanding of security, right? Where we look at economy, food, health, environment, personal security, community, and political, right? So for human security to challenge global inequalities, we're saying there has to be cooperation between a country's foreign policy and its approach to global health and other facets of that particular framework. So the emergence of human security discourse was the product of a convergence of factors, at the end of the Cold War, right? That is according to Caldo 2007. And we're saying this theory is actually receiving more attention from key global development institutions such as the World Bank. And it is being traced in international organizations, concluding that the concept has been manipulated and transformed considerably since 1994 to fit organizational interest. So this particular framework helps us understand the need for security, basically, for economic growth, right, as well as regional stability, for investor confidence. So in collecting of my data for this particular study, I made use of some commentaries on the theme, basically, that is the role of security in economic growth. And I came across 4 YouTube videos as well as 5 podcasts on BRICS TV, on TV BRICS, which I actually, had to sit down, transcribe, listen to, and transcribe and that he was working on. So I have the links there projected on my slides, and I'll just quickly move on, to my findings. And this was a qualitative study, by the way. So I used a thematic analysis where in my findings I have about 4 major themes that emerged from this data, basically, right? So my first theme was on security as a precondition for economic growth. So from my findings, it is indicated that security in its various forms, be it political, social, economic, is a fundamental precondition for sustained economic growth within BRICS countries. And also further, the findings of this study reveal how effective security mechanisms play a pivotal role in mitigating risk, fostering investor confidence, and ensuring the seamless function of economic activities. And my second theme basically looks at interdependence between security and economic growth. So those two work hand in hand, for investor confidence as well as, effective security mechanisms to work hand in hand with economic growth. So the study revealed that there is a reciprocal relationship between security and economic growth, where improvements in one area can lead to enhancements in the other. So the improvement in cybersecurity, in South African banks, like one of our presenters is actually stated in a study, right, could actually enhance, all these, these cooperations or these cooperative security arrangements that are there, if utilized well, collaboratively within the BRICS countries, can lead us to, an improvement maybe in our security or in our economic growth within BRICS countries. So also on that finding, we see that also in my findings, security mechanisms facilitate trust and collaboration among BRICS countries, right? Enabling them to capitalize basically on collective strengths and address shared challenges. So we see that these countries coming together, working together, sharing ideas on how they can actually combat, some security breaches, it brings that trust together among the BRICS countries, and also, capitalize on each other's strengths and address these shared challenges, because in as much as we're geopolitically or geographically located differently, within our BRICS countries, we are in different regions, but more especially when you're looking at issues to do with cyber, you find that our challenges or our problems that we face as BRICS countries are more or less the same. Right, we talk of phishing, it's something that is there in all these BRICS countries. We're experiencing it. You talk of malware, it's also there in these countries. So when we collectively come together, share these security mechanisms that we use in China, that we use in Russia, that we use in South Africa, we can come up to something that is collective, something that is strength, that we can actually use a framework of some sort that can be used, by BRICS countries. And also still on those findings, we see that there is a need for international cooperation. So this study highlighted the importance of international and regional cooperation in fostering security, which in turn supports economic growth in BRICS countries. So if we're failing to come together, regionally as SADC countries, that are within this BRICS framework, it becomes very difficult for us to actually, support each other in terms of our economic growth, right? We've seen this with issues to do with border security and all those things, right, in this region, basically. And also in our findings, we also find that each BRICS country face unique security challenges, right? The challenges that are faced in South Africa are not the same with those that are faced maybe in Brazil, right? Because of our geographical locations, as well as our economies and so forth. So this actually has an impact on the growth of our economy, and it happens at varying levels, basically. So in recommending, my recommendations, I have 4 recommendations there that emanated from the findings of the study. So the study recommends that BRICS countries enhance their internal security measures, including law enforcement, anti-corruption initiatives, and political stability, to foster economic growth. And I also recommend that the study, we also recommend that promoting greater security among BRICS countries can ensure regional stability, which is conducive for economic growth. And also the study recommends that policymakers in BRICS countries balance their economic policies with security strategies. So there is that interlink, right? Recognizing the interdependence between the two. So we're saying that if the hand is not working, then the arm is also not working. There is that interrelation between the two. And also the study recommends that BRICS
As you draw to a close, my dear.
We also recommend that BRICS countries invest in human security programs that address poverty, education, and healthcare as part of the comprehensive approach to security and economic growth. So I think I'll end here. In the interest of time, I don't know, Comfort, if I still have some time to just give out my conclusion. But conclusively, we're saying that this study actually highlighted the interdependence between security and economic prosperity, advocating for enhanced cooperation security policies to unlock the full potential of economic partnerships within BRICS. I think I'll end here for today. Thank you so much for affording me this platform to share the findings of my study. I'm open up for questions. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Doc. We really appreciate that very much. I think what one key takeaway from that discussion is the importance of security mechanisms. And one question that keeps visiting my mind is whether we are going to see an institution established to effect these security mechanisms like they have established the new development bank as BRICS. Maybe let's see that, or they would also push for reforms, more reforms in the Security Council is something to look into in future, of course. I think that may not take much time in terms of what you've discussed. I think the audience would engage you, Doc, and move on to introduce our distinguished thinker, author, and consultant, Dr. Lucia Bailey, who wrote a very interesting book on cybersecurity regulations in the BRICS countries, and I think he's going to be engaging your discussion as well on security issues that can influence the economy of the BRICS countries. Dr. Bailey is a professor of digital governance and regulation at the FGV Law School in Rio de Janeiro. He directs the Center for Technology and Society and the Cyber BRICS project. He's also an editor of the International Data Privacy Law Journal, published by Oxford University Press, and a director of the Computer Privacy and Data Protection Conference, Latin America. He's currently a member of the Brazilian Presidency's National Cybersecurity Committee board. He's a board member there. And also is a member of that national committee and a board member of the Global Digital Inclusion Partnership and membership of the steering committee of the Forum for Information and Democracy. He's the author of more than 80 publications on law and technology, exploring data governance, cyber security, AI regulation, internet access, national regulations, including the Council of Europe, the International Telecommunications Union, the French telecoms regulator, and much more. And his works have been quoted by numerous media outlets, including The Economist, the Financial Times, Forbes, Le Monde, BBC, China Today, the Beijing Review, The Hill, O Globo, Folha de Sao Paulo, El País, etc. Dr. Bailey holds a PhD in public law from the Université Panthéas and can be found on LinkedIn and on Twitter as @1Lucia Bailey. I'm not sure if the pronunciation of your name is correct, but you would forgive me that if that was not the case. Ladies and gentlemen, please help me welcome Dr. Luca Belli.
Thank you very much for the very kind introduction, and I apologize if there are multiple terms in multiple languages that, of course, confuse pretty much every reader of the bio in the world. So good morning to everyone. Good afternoon, actually, in South Africa in this moment. It's really a great honor and a pleasure to be with you today. It's a pity. I'm really sorry I wasn't able to travel to be there with you physically, but I'm really, really pleased to have the opportunity to address you and share a little bit of our research over the past 5 or 6 years, particularly with the Cyber BRICS project that I'm going to present in a couple of minutes. I prepared a brief PowerPoint presentation with some information that could be, and some references that could be interesting for you to have. So let me just quickly have it. Can you confirm that you are seeing the presentation in this moment?
It went off.
Yes.
It went off.
Can you confirm that you're... Sorry?
The presentation went down, so you try again.
All right. Yes. Let's try again. Here we go. Can you see the presentation?
Yes, we can.
All right. All right, here we go. So my presentation of today focused on the evolution of the research that we have been doing over the past years within the Cyber BRICS project. That is one of our flagship projects here at the Center for Technology and Society at FGV, dedicated to the study of digital policies in the BRICS groupings. My presentation will focus on the first phase of the project that happened some years ago, dedicated to cybersecurity, and then on the last one that is ending now, and it was dedicated to digital sovereignty and digital transformations. And so before I start, let me just provide a little bit of information on the Cyber BRICS project, because I'm not sure everyone is aware of its existence. Everything actually we have been doing over the past 6 years is freely available on cyberbrics.info, this website that you see here. We have started by analyzing cybersecurity and data protection, then we have moved into the analysis of digital transformation and digital sovereignty, and then now we are currently analyzing AI regulation and AI industrial policies in the BRICS countries. So here you can see part, at least, of the team, those who are currently working with us. I'm very proud to say that we have people from literally all the BRICS countries. We have 55% of female representation. So it's a very heterogeneous project with people coming with different nationalities, coming from all the BRICS countries, very gender balanced, and also very heterogeneous in terms of background. So even if we are based within a law school, and many of us have a legal background, a lot of others are social scientists, computer scientists, political scientists. So we really try also to have to embed this heterogeneity of perspectives in our work, right? So this is one of the first outcomes, or one of the first research outcomes we produced. It was published in 2021, and it is one of the main research outcomes of the first phase of the Cyber BRICS project. It was dedicated to mapping some of the key dimensions of cybersecurity regulations within the BRICS countries. And so the dimensions that we mapped at the time were data protection, consumer protection, cybercrime, public order maintenance, and cyber defense. Of course, those are not exhaustive dimensions. There are also others. interesting for us? Well, for two reasons. First, there was literally a desert in terms of research with regard to digital policies in the BRICS before we started this. So it was very interesting for us to start connecting the dots and compare things. And also because we started to understand that actually there is a lot of untold histories about BRICS cooperation that may be very interesting to study for other researchers. So something that became very clear, for instance, is that since at least a decade, BRICS countries have been expanding their cooperation on digital matters, although these are frequently very low-profile initiatives, but they exist. I'm pretty sure most of you, even if you are very interested in BRICS, may not have heard about the BRICS Digital Partnership, the enabling framework for the Innovation BRICS Network, the BRICS Partnership of New Industrial Revolution, the Innovation BRICS Network, the BRICS Institute of Future Networks, the BRICS Science, Technology and Innovation Work Plan, the BRICS SD Cooperation Mechanism, the BRICS Rapid Information Security Channel, or the establishment, very recent idea of the establishment of a legal framework of cooperation for ICT security. Those initiatives exist. They exist. Many of them, again, most of them actually have a very low profile, so they are not very renowned, but they all exist and we map them. And so the subsequent question was, well, how cybersecurity entered in the BRICS agenda? And understanding that BRICS is a club governance mechanism created primarily to foster the main responsible for this is this gentleman, Edward Snowden, former National Security Agency contractor that revealed a massive scandal of global spying and wiretapping, including of our former president, Dilma Rousseff, at the time wiretapped illegally by the NSA. And so this led, only a couple of months after the revelation, to the first inclusion of the security, of the need to cooperate on the security of ICTs, which is BRICS language for cybersecurity, through universally accepted norms, standards, and practices. And so the paramount importance of this was for the first time included in the ETA-Queenie Declaration at the Durban Summit in 2013, really only a couple of weeks after the revelations of Edward Snowden. And since then, there has been an increasing of the importance of cybersecurity commitment in the BRICS agenda. The Xiamen Declaration was also quite key because together with cybersecurity, data protection was explicitly included as a policy, a joint policy objective of the BRICS. Another landmark was the India Summit of 2021, done online because of the pandemics. This picture that looks very much like a Tarantino movie picture is the BRICS family picture of 2021 during the pandemics, where the BRICS leaders, for the first time, they somehow crossed the Rubicon, because for the first time, they underscored the importance of establishing legal frameworks of cooperation amongst BRICS. So not only ideal cooperation and initiative that could be done, but legal frameworks of cooperation, including BRICS intergovernmental agreement of cooperation. This is really something that took a lot of time to be accepted and put in paper. Before that, there was joint commitment to work to global norms, which is actually something that has been realized only a couple of weeks ago with the adoption of the draft for a cybersecurity convention at the UN, which was something lobbied intensely, especially by Russia over the past decade. But only over the past 2 years and a half of negotiation, this has been crafted and adopted only literally 1 week ago. So why cybersecurity and data protection are particularly relevant for the BRICS, especially data protection that is not really, let's say, one of the main things for which at least some of the BRICS countries are renowned. And so the answer to this question is quite easy. BRICS countries are at least some of them, are some of the most populous countries in the world. So something that we know at least since 10 years, because we have many different quite renowned and visible headlines about this is that data are extremely valuable. And if we look at BRICS demographics, actually here in this slide, I have to apologize because it's a little bit outdated, but still we see that we have 3.2 billion individuals, which are 3.2 billion producers of personal data. Personal data are produced by people. So if you are a grouping representing 42% of the global population, even more now that that the BRICS have expanded beyond the original 5, you are basically sitting on a gold mine in terms of data. So if you don't protect it, you're really stupid. Pardon me if I'm so frank, but data protection, cybersecurity are really questions that are intimately intertwined with sovereignty. And here we come into the last phase of the second phase of our project, where we started to understand that information security and data governance are key, they are vital, both for digital transformation, so an internal reason, but also for trade, so having secure and well-regulated data transfers and data flows is vital to facilitate trade, which is basically what we have argued in this very recent publication. This paper has been published only 3 weeks ago, and we identify some trends, some key trends based on our mapping of the BRICS policies, regulations, the fact that all of them over the past 5 or 6 years, they do not have only adopted or renewed their data protection frameworks. They have realized very well, starting with China, Russia, and India, the economic relevance of personal data and of using them for developmental reasons. This is something for our South African friends very visible in the national policies on data and cloud that has recently been adopted by the South African government. Although we may see that let's say that the little bit of regret and criticism we may have of South Africa and Brazil, I'm speaking this as a Brazilian that is critical about also his own country, that in South Africa and Brazil we usually have good policies, but then we are not so good at implementing them. Whereas if we look at China, India,
Are we still good in time? Okay. As a keynote speaker, maybe a little bit more. Okay.
Sorry. This is, then we say join. Back. Join again.
Can you hear me? Hello, can you hear me? All right.
Yeah,
Can
please go ahead.
Please go ahead. The presentation? I think there was some technical problem. Let me go back where I was. All right. Can you hear me well? Can you see the presentation now? Can anyone confirm vocally?
Yes, we can see. We can see.
Fantastic.
Yes.
Fantastic. Okay, right. Let's go. Let's try to finalize in the next 5 minutes that I still have. All right. So something that we stress in our recent research is that we don't only map what exists in the BRICS countries, but also we stress that compatible frameworks are essential to deepen cooperation in digital matters. And also they could be very beneficial, not only in economic terms, But if seeing this cooperation in strategic terms, could we also increase security and even the level of rights protection for individuals? So in our website, cyberbrics.info, you might find also these very interesting tools where we compare the results of our research. So this one is, for instance, is dedicated data protection. And there are some very interesting elements that we can, some very interesting trends that we can map. The fact that although these countries are very different, very diverse, they, when we analyze their policies, there are some common elements. So if we analyze all the data protection policies and regulation adopted over the past years, for instance, we see there is shared principles, very similar set of individual rights, very similar set of obligations, and also very similar, with the exception of India, with very similar ways of regulating data transfers, right? Including with regard to security. This is something that we have highlighted in this paper that also is, everything is in open access on the website. This paper actually will be, an updated version of this paper will be the introduction of our upcoming book on data architectures in the BRICS that will also be published by OUP, hopefully by the end of the year or beginning of next year. If you're interested particularly in security requirements, I exhort you to check the section on security with regard to data protection. And then to finalize, something that became clear when we were doing this conducting this first part of the research is that actually a lot of the policies aimed at guaranteeing cybersecurity or data governance, they actually overlap with digital sovereignty, with the necessity to reassert sovereignty in the digital realm, right? This is something we have analyzed for the first time in this paper. That was the conclusion of the book that I was mentioning before, published 3 years ago. And it has been evolving a lot, our thinking on this. For those of you who read Portuguese, we have published this book on cybersecurity and digital sovereignty last year, which I believe is the main reason why I've been then appointed to this newly created body of the Brazilian presidency on this multi-stakeholder body on cybersecurity, precisely because in this book, in this publications, not only in these two, but in various publications, we highlight that digital sovereignty should be considered as the capacity to understand, develop, and regulate technology, digital technology, right? Of course, there are some very authoritarian or protectionist dimension of the concept, but there is also a very important dimension of good digital sovereignty that is essential for the fulfillment of self-determination, the right to decide how you will evolve economically, socially, technologically. It's essential to achieve strategic autonomy, not to be dependent exclusively from foreign technology, meaning depending from decisions of other actors, and to increase cybersecurity. If you are not digitally sovereign, you cannot be cyber secure. And if you are not cyber secure, you cannot be digitally sovereign, right? This is something that we have been constantly repeating in several publications, and I think has been received very well by the current government, the current Brazilian government at least. Something that we have stressed since last year is really the need to bet on good digital sovereignty. So again, focusing on the good dimension of it, the developmental dimension aimed at empowering people through technology. Again, it's like we know very well that digital sovereignty has meant and can mean also authoritarianism and protectionism. But it's like when we speak about government. Government can be the one that is spying you and wants to manipulate you, or you can be the one that provides you essential public services like education, health, justice. So it's the same kind of approach that we might have. It really depends what is behind the label. And so we studied this over the past years. We will have an upcoming publication with Cambridge University Press to be released in November, but the introduction and the conclusion of this is already available in open access on the website on digital sovereignty in the BRICS. So how we have mapped over the past 3 years a lot of different initiatives that really very much explain these different nuances of the concept and also how it plays out in practice. Explaining there is some notions of it and some ways of implementing it should be really avoided, but some others should be really studied and replicated because could be really essential to the development or the sustainable development of BRICS peoples. So if I have still a couple of minutes at my disposal, I only want to provide a little bit of introduction to our latest phase of the Cyber BRICS project, which is dedicated to AI sovereignty. So to mapping how countries can understand, develop, and regulate AI systems, thus retaining self-determination, agency, and control over such systems, not being regulated and controlled to foreign developed AI systems, but to be able to understand them, develop them, and regulating them according to their values, their constitutional values, indeed. And this is something that we have started publishing last year. Again, it is something that has been quite influential at the Brazilian level. The Brazilian government is now proposing a plan for AI development in Brazil, which strongly remembers the research that we have started last year. So it's very good to see that actually there is willingness to see how we can work and translate even research into potential policy suggestions and understand that risk-based AI regulation, which is really very much what European Union has been advocating, of the puzzle. If we only look at a risk-based regulation, we may have a very nice law that remembers or maybe copy and paste the AI Act in Europe, but we will never be able to develop technology, to develop AI, and to understand how it works. So we may have a very nice facade of law and of risk regulation, but it's totally useless if we don't understand how technology works and how to develop it. With this injection of optimism, I will conclude my presentation also with a little bit of other very directed advertisement of two publications that may be of interest. This book on the quest for AI sovereignty, transparency, and accountability, which is upcoming, together with these other publications that I mentioned during the presentation. Again, everything is either already or will be in open access, at least the pre. Happy to receive any questions or comments you might have. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Yes. Thank you very much, Dr. Bailey. It's quite thought-provoking presentation. We appreciate your time. And at this point in time, let me allow my distinguished academics who are sitting in front of me to ask questions or make comments from what you've presented. May I at this point in time take hands for those who may want to make comments or ask questions? There's a hand from Professor Gopal, whilst anybody else? You may also indicate online if you want to ask questions or make comments. Okay, let's allow Prof. Gopal to go ahead.
Thank you very much, Facilitator. So, Professor Luca, thank you so much for that really amazing and insightful presentation. I think really teasing pushing our own boundaries of knowledge around cybersecurity, cybercrime, and I think issues of, as my colleague here mentioned earlier, issues of governance, issues of sovereignty of data, and of course your latest publication around AI sovereignty, etc. I think what for me, and mine is a comment really, what for me has really stood out, and I think we as the audience have benefited immensely from, is the way in which the expert group that you are part of the group has shifted the discourse. And I think we see the evolvement of the discourse from a micro level to, for me, it's almost now at a macro level, because it's speaking at, at the level of governance, at the level of interstate cooperation, et cetera, et cetera. And yeah, I'm just like really bowled over. And I think for me, what's also very interesting is the fact that one of the key disciplines in the cybersecurity debate is law. And the fact that, the legal fraternity has come on board, because I think one of the earlier speakers, Professor O'Day mentioned, or one of them mentioned, you can have all the policies, you can have legislation, but unless we implement them correctly, it's as ineffective as the paper it's been written on. So for me, the fact that you guys in the legal fraternity have now shifted that debate, making the world, or the BRICS countries at least, more accountable, responsible, etc., is really going to augur well, because it is, AI, digital, etc., is the new norm. And how do we embrace and engage the new norm unless we have regulations, but implementable? Something that all of us, remember, the person on the street has to understand what are the consequences of breaching these domains, etc. So thank you so much, and we're hoping that you will, in the near future, please do a 2-hour webinar for us on the research that you are doing. It's an invitation, actually, at this point in time, but we will. Well, if you could come to South Africa, we were really happy to have you until you said to us you didn't have the time. So that invitation is still open, or alternatively, we can do it as a webinar. Thank you so much once again.
Thank you, Prof. The previous speaker before you, Dr. Bella, spoke about the geopolitical tensions which have caused so much surveillance also, which you wrote about, and also internal interstate conflicts. And I would be interested to know what's your take on that compared to the abuse now of internet in the form of cybersecurity, to even identify victims that would be killed for purposes of political reasons. It's also interesting to know that you are saying digital sovereignty is very important for every state to have cybersecurity intact. And it is also, you're saying it's an important empowerment tool for each country. I think it also emanates from the fact that each state in this BRICS cooperation has to remain, sovereign to protect its territory, to protect its cultures, and so on. So I think it's interesting to have I would be much interested to know how this is when juxtaposed with the alliance now. And how this alliance is used as a cushion for protecting these countries from external threats, especially through cybersecurity, cyber crimes, as it were. If there is nobody else who wants to comment or ask questions, let's then take it back to nothing for our first speaker, so let's have this question taken back to Dr. Bella. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much for the comments and questions. So first, yes, I accept both invitations to the webinar and coming to South Africa. Really, I really wanted to come for this conference as well, but our academic semester started 2 weeks ago, and so it's really difficult for me in this moment to travel, but we can arrange this, and so I totally accept the invitation. Then, with regard to the questions that you raised, first, the fact that actually there are also some tensions between the very same BRICS countries, and we cannot ignore them. I think that's something that is important to do when we analyze any kind of phenomenon or grouping or initiative, is not to become groupies of this initiative or phenomenon, but to try to keep our analysis objective, which is something that as academic we have the privilege of doing. So when we analyze BRICS, we know that there are a lot of problems also within BRICS. China and India were at war for the border, the line of actual control between in the disputed border zone between China and India until literally a couple of months ago. Things have been improving a lot over the past months, but they were literally at war. So that is something one has to consider, right? And again, the BRICS is a club governance system, is not a silver bullet to solve any problem. But there are a lot of interesting things to analyze and to study, indeed, as academics, right? So I wanted to also to provide a little bit of comments on the points that you were raising about the fact that cybersecurity may sometimes become an excuse for surveillance. It is true, absolutely true. And this is why what was mentioned by the previous speaker, the fact that I'm not sure that law is the main discipline. Although as a lawyer, I think it should have a prime position. But I think that the problem is precisely that law has not been in a prime position of regulating very well how different parts of cybersecurity function. And the fact that this lack of precise regulation or flexibility or possibility to interpret in a very elastic way what you can do, for instance, in terms of surveillance, which again, on the one hand, it's necessary if you want to enforce law, but on the other hand, if you have no limits and no boundaries, become an all-you-can-eat solution to basically surveil everyone. So again, I think that in that sense, law and as a rule of law and the primacy of the law is essential. I'm saying that I'm not really sure that this is the case in this moment, because honestly, there are very few lawyers that deal with cybersecurity, at least in globally. Maybe I think that I know that in South Africa it's different because there has been a recent adoption of the Cyber Crimes Act. So whenever there is the adoption of a new law, it's the party for lawyers, because they can sue everyone and they can provide new trainings. So it's the category that is most excited about new legislation. But I think that maybe in this sense, South Africa is a little bit of an outlier, and globally, especially in Brazil, lawyers are not the main stakeholders in cybersecurity. Probably because I think the Brazilian case is precisely because we don't have a cybersecurity law yet. When we will have it, I'm sure that will be an enormous increase of lawyers dedicating time to cybersecurity. Sovereignty, right? So something that I want to, the final remark that I want to stress is that really we understand sovereignty as the capacity to study, to understand the functioning of technology, to be able to develop it and regulate it according to your values, right? This does not mean being isolated. Again, in several publications we have constantly stressed, because it's always good, as a lawyer we know it, it's always good to have disclaimers so that people cannot misinterpret what you are saying. Digital sovereignty does not mean digital autarky, does not mean digital isolationism. It does not mean being isolated. Means being able to reassert control and autonomy and to decide how you will develop, right? You can perfectly cooperate while being sovereign. Actually, we have been doing this for the past 4 centuries. Since the Peace of Westphalia, countries have been cooperating while being sovereign. So it's not something incompatible with the use of digital technology, but the use of digital technology to meddle into other countries or to oblige other countries to use specific technology and to become digitally colonized, that is something that we should avoid. And that is, I think, why digital sovereignty is, I think, a solution, could be a good solution if it is done well, to rebuttal this tendency to digital colonialism that we have been witnessing over the past 2 decades. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much again, Dr. Villa, Dr. Bailey. Let me then, at this point in time, take this opportunity and thank Dr. Nyambuya and Dr. Bailey for this important session and their incisive contributions to it. And looking forward to seeing Dr. Bailey coming to visit us. And hopefully, as a way of, as part of the invitation, Dr. Bailey, you will bring half or just a quarter of the books that are behind you on cybersecurity. I had to peep while you were speaking. Yeah, thank you very much. At this point in time, let me allow Prof. Gopal to come and do a vote of thanks.
So, ladies and gentlemen, the biggest thanks goes out to all of us who have remained. Let's give ourselves a round of applause. I want to thank you for your commitment, for your dedication, for your patience, most importantly, and perhaps equally for your knowledge, your thirst to want to learn new, to gain new knowledge and expand your own frontiers of knowledge. And I think your presence here bears witness to that. Let me start by thanking, I'm going to start on my left, the ICS team, the entire ICS team. Thank you so much for your patience, for trying to keep up with the digital disruptiveness, although you guys tell us we must disrupt, right? Technology is supposed to disrupt, so that's what we're getting here. But thank you so much to all of you for always giving us service with a smile. We really appreciate it. To all our speakers, our keynote speakers, Professor Rina, who made this long trip to be here with us, grace us with his presence. Thank you so much, Professor Rina. Also, just for being so patient and not being agitated with any pitfalls that we had, etc. We really thank you for that. Our speakers online, Professor Luca Belli, thank you so much for, I think you said it's morning it's probably morning in Brazil. I think we have a 6-hour difference. So thank you so much for adjusting your times and of course for honoring the invitation even though you could not be here with us physically, because I think we would have been poorer if we had not listened to your presentation today. To all of our other presenters, to our mother and daughter presenters, I mean, it's really a wow moment for us to see 2 academics, 2 generations in the same room, present on the same stage. That has been a tremendous experience for us. To every other speaker that made it to this conference, thank you so much for being here, sharing your insights, sharing your findings, etc. To all our fascinating facilitators, and our facilitators, you had to stay. So thank you so much, otherwise we would have had a smaller audience. Kim and Tando, I can never say thank you enough to the 2 of you for running around, for stressing, for making sure that everything ran like clockwork. To I don't think he's my ex-student, he's a continuing student, and a previous employer of the university, Comfort Pagati. I'm just really so grateful to have you with us, Comfort. Absolutely grateful. It's such an honor for us, and actually a privilege to have you in our company. Comfort was here as a student, my undergraduate student. Then we served together on the University Council. Comfort comes from politics, so You can rub shoulders with him. Thank you so much for taking time to be here with us, wanting to still grow with us, and recognizing and being true to your alma mater. So we thank you for that. Of course, the audience. We wouldn't have had a conference without the audience, our timekeepers, and to anyone that I have erroneously omitted, please accept my gratitude. Oh, the most important, there's lots of most important, right? The NIHSS. Without the funding and what should I say? Together we conceptualized the project. And the NIHSS believed in the project and funded it, and without them, this conference would have not been possible. So a huge thank you to the NIHSS, our DVC, and all UKZN staff who came together. Let's give ourselves a huge round of applause. Please travel home safely. Netizens, thank you very much.
Siyahamba manje. Ivale. Ivale. Ngitshela ukuthi ivale mfana.
We're done. And stop recording, right?